Good morning, everybody. How is everyone doing today? Happy Election Day. So, if you have not early voted, get out and vote. Make your voices heard. It is your civic duty, it is your right. Not every country has that right. They are told what is going to be bestowed upon them. So, make sure you vote. Get out and do your duty and vote. Free the boys. I like that. I really like that. So, good morning, everybody. We are going to watch the first half of the trial together today. Free Yak, free Shannon. Hey, Lauren. Hey, Nomad. Yeah, absolutely. Get out and vote today if you have not already early voted. I thought we could watch. Good morning, Joanne. How's everybody doing this morning? Good morning, Debbie. Shane's World. Good morning, everybody filing in here. We could watch just a little recap of yesterday. Let me pull that up. I had it pulled up. And I wanted us to watch this too. We're going to have to watch it on mute, but I thought this was really good. This is a video I found of thugs that's got Young Thug, Yak Gotti, and Gunna in it. Thug is really talented. He's really got some talent. Hey, Debbie. Hey, Three Faces in a Hood. Hey, Lauren. Free them boys. Free them boys, y'all. Yeah, free them boys. Absolutely. It's time for this to be over. It really is. They've took enough of these boys' lives, right? Hey, Ruger. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Grace and peace, everybody. So check this out. Let's play this. Good morning, Kristen. How are you doing? Look at this. Take it to trial. I find that interesting as a name. Yeah, you can't hear. I don't have the volume on because they would jerk the video. But I just wanted to play it and show just the production quality. Because it has Gunna and Yak Gotti and Thug in it. In fact, the videos they played yesterday, right? I played maybe a second of that video until I hit pause. They didn't pay Jason for that video yesterday. Would they pull it? Oh, yeah, they would. They would cut the stream while y'all were watching it. You would literally all of a sudden it would go to private. But they demonetized that stream yesterday. He didn't get paid for it. I'm fighting it now though. Because YouTube's stingy, yep. That and with the language in this video, I doubt I would be able to play it anyway. Yeah, for that like 1 or 2 seconds, if that. Hey, Ray, good morning. These boys were close. I'm gonna say something about Thug though. He's a real man. He would have stayed in jail versus rat his guys out. It's copyright issue. Yeah, it's copyright issue. Wait a minute. Did he have an ankle monitor on right there? If so, that's he did. That's kind of ironic. Yeah, I'm waiting on them to put it up too. It's not on Law and Crime, and it's not on Atlanta. Let's check 11 Alive. They didn't put it up yesterday until like 5 minutes before. So maybe that's what they're doing again today. She did say that they were going to be in court today. Let's try 11 Alive. I don't think 11 Alive showed it at all yesterday. Yeah, I guess they did actually. I don't see where anybody has it loaded up and ready to go. That is really odd. She said 8:30, so we're going to assume they're still going at 8:30. Oh, we haven't seen this. Let's watch this real quick while we're waiting on them to pull it up. 8:45. Thought she said 8:30. Yeah, I know. A lot of them asked for election day off, and she wouldn't do it. They can take just random days off, but I haven't seen this. Let's watch this, and I'll keep looking for it.
Negotiate.
Well, insofar as it resolves all of these charges against Mr. Nichols, I think it is an exceptional result. It's an exceptional result for the following reasons. No murder charges, no gang charges, no factual acknowledgments required by the state, no other charges except for one conspiracy charge that was factually underpinned by convictions that Mr. Nichols already had from almost 6 years ago. So that result, I think, is an excellent result for him and resolves all of these cases. You know, the RICO charge in this case was a RICO conspiracy. And underlying the RICO conspiracy were all the 100+ factual predicates, some of which have already been resolved by and against Mr. Nichols. Some of them we hadn't even gotten to. And I don't believe the state would have been able to prove Mr. Nichols' responsibility for those predicate acts. So this was, yeah, we were in a conspiracy. Yeah, we acknowledge that factually the underpinnings of the RICO conspiracy are satisfied by what already was presented and what he had already pled to, but nothing else. No, as we said, no murder, no guns, nothing else. No gang charges. Listen, there is no gang charge. He did not acknowledge being in a gang, being responsible for being in a gang, committing any.
And good on him there. Good on him. He would not acknowledge that YSL was a gang. He would not cop to being in a gang. Good on him.
Kind of violent act on behalf of any gang. Yes, I was in a overall conspiracy. Thank you. See you later.
You were behind kind of the original mistrial motion that led to this flurry of negotiations.
Yes.
Just walk us through kind of how it went from that to taking a plea.
Well, the state made several, errors in the case into which we had to ask for a mistrial. So we were satisfied that the judge, she heard us and our motion and asking for a mistrial, and that, errors cannot be repeatedly occur in front of the jury and inadmissible evidence being heard by the jury. And so we're glad that the judge heard our motion and said, do you want a mistrial, and will you take a mistrial without prejudice? And, and then we went into negotiation, and we're pleased with the outcome of our negotiation.
How relieved are you after, being part of Georgia's longest trial that, your portion of?
Let me tell you how relieved she is. She had a very thriving, I don't know if you guys know this about Miss Westmoreland. She was building a very thriving business as a lawyer. She was building a law business. She was taking in partners. It was growing. And then it collapsed. It completely collapsed because of this case, because she can't get out and meet people, meet clients, bring people in, because she's in the courtroom every day. Every day. So she's probably thrilled out of her mind. She probably did somersaults all the way to her car. I mean, now she won't have any trouble getting any work, that's for sure. She's very famous, I'm sure, right now. But I'm sure she's thrilled out of her mind that this is over. And she's a very gifted attorney, obviously. We've watched her. So I want to back it up and hear that one more time.
Without prejudice. And, and then we went into negotiation, and we're pleased with the outcome of our negotiation.
How relieved are you after, being part of Georgia's longest trial that, your portion of this at least is over?
Well, now we can wear B suits and A suits. No. How relieved are we? Once you're in that routine, and once you're there with your fellow lawyers and your fellow co-defendants, I mean, that it's almost ritualistic. I mean, we were there every day. We were working every day. So, we're relieved because the result for Mr. Nichols was the right result. Now we have to deal with the rest of the world. They can release us from our kidnapped status.
You gonna miss courtroom one thing?
Yes and no. Yes, clearly. But I'm glad that all of us could work that resolution. And that resolution, again, from Mr. Nichols was no gang, no factual acknowledgments, no murders. So he can go on about his life and get out. He's a young man. He's a nice looking man. He's a smart guy. So I'm hoping that this.
So without prejudice, with prejudice means, let me get my thoughts together because it's early and I'm just now getting caffeine in my body. So if it's with prejudice, that means they can never try it again. Without prejudice means they can try it again.
Projects him
I hope I didn't say that backwards.
And doesn't leave him in the lurch.
I was gonna say, you're almost, sorry.
I saw that you choked up during.
I did.
And this had to be a difficult decision because during this time, he's become family in a sense.
Yeah, very much so.
How difficult was it actually deciding not to go with the mistrial without prejudice versus go ahead and make?
Yeah, but that allows him to do it again.
Yeah.
That allows the case to continue and doesn't resolve the case and doesn't give any sense of finality.
And you better believe they would have tried him again. Fonnie Willis would have tried him again. You know she would have.
Without the factual acknowledgments, without agreeing to the state's factual contentions, this ends the case. I mean, it's over. A mistrial without prejudice means it's subject to recurring. And there's a whole other group of severed defendants that are still out there in awaiting resolution. And I think we're in the best posture at this particular point with this particular judge in the 2 years that we've been litigating this and everything that has happened to strike at this particular point.
You were talking about, you guys do a word of the day.
Yes.
Can you talk about that and kind of what's next for him once he gets out?
Well, can I tell you that he is a very receptive young man. He's like a sponge. He doesn't have a formal education. He doesn't have a consolidated family upbringing. But he's very curious and he's very smart. So we would use a word or get a word a day, and we would define it. We would use it in a sentence. And, you can see his intellectual curiosity. He's a really good kid and a smart kid. And I want him, truly.
Oh, he got choked up. That's such a good lawyer. Oh my gosh, it's gonna choke me up.
True. I mean, we've spent 2 years, over 2 years with our client. And like Attorney Hard was saying, he's
That is so
intelligent
sweet. Oh my gosh.
and he's so much more than
I just did my
unfortunately
makeup,
what
Mr.
comes
Harvey.
out during a trial process. And, the word a day, he asked the word a day. Myself, Attorney Harvey, we go back and forth of picking a word, and we teach him the pronunciation of the word. And then, 2-3 weeks later, he'll use a word that he learned, 2-3 weeks
Aw.
before, and he keeps it going. And so he's a great individual, and we're glad that this is over for him. It's been 2 years too long.
But he's also developed a pretty sophisticated understanding of the system. I mean, he can look at me when something happens and
Not
go,
crying, you're
hey,
crying.
this is what happened. This is what should happen. I know what is going on here. So he, like I'm saying, he's a sponge. I mean, let's bring these kids forward.
This trial has been a learning process for all involved in YouTube and media, and also in the process.
She just shouted out YouTube. All right. It's nice when people recognize that YouTube is not just a toxic platform. Can it be? Yes, but it can also, it's independent media. It's independent media. We're the non-biased people. We are going to tell you the real facts. We're not going to lean to one side because we're being told we have to by a boss.
This trial has been a learning process for all involved in YouTube and media, and also in the prosecution. What are you hoping to come from all of the things that you've shared and done with?
Well, let me just shout out to the YouTube folks. I mean, we all watched it. We all watched the commentary, and we love the commentary, and we point out the commentary. So we've had a good time seeing the reaction to what has happened in the courtroom. And, people have an idea of what happens in court, that is always, inflammatory, it's flamboyant, it's this, and something always interesting has happened, except for the days and days we have with phone records. And so somebody up there saying, well, this is the phone number that's associated with, Miss Johnson. And really, what was the name of that? What's the address? And let's write that down. I mean, it's just drudgery. It is, section after section after section. And I know it's all part of a puzzle, but I hope that everybody understands that it is not all excitement, and that you've seen how deeply everybody has dug into this case and all of the things that have been litigated week after week and day after day after day. So we appreciate what everybody says.
Any message to the rest of the defense attorneys still fighting for their clients in this case?
Good luck.
Do you think this plea is going to affect any of the rest of the case moving forward?
Well, something, I think we were lucky. Not lucky. Let me try to find a better word. We were able to resolve our case in a different fashion than what I understand has been put on the table for others. When I say we resolved it to a single count, we resolved it without those other acts. We resolved it without any factual acknowledgments. If you have been following this closely, every other person in this case who has pled has signed a plea agreement with factual acknowledgments. YSL, I'm a member, it's a gang, I did this, I would do this on behalf of the gang, and I did this. And I agree that that's what the situation is. We were able to resolve our case without any of that. And that's the distinction. And I certainly hope, I wish the very best for every one of those young men, and including, Jeffrey Williams, who's been sitting in jail for years now. And he is an incredible talent and a wonderful young man. So I wish the best for all of them.
And last question from me. Do you know the 7 years? I know there's like a complicated formula of how early in theory he could
Well,
get
it's not
out.
that complicated.
Okay.
It doesn't take Einstein. Remember, E equals MC squared. Do we know that? We do know that. Do I know? No, I don't. If I knew, are you going to ask how much
I was going to say, how much time does he have left of the 7 years?
But he's got what? 24 plus 5, 29 months in. There are parole guidelines for his offense, but at the end of the day, it's up to the Georgia Board of Pardons and Paroles. And if I knew that, I would be the richest lawyer in the world, and I would be on a beach with a cocktail in one of those little umbrellas, and my pinky would be up. Okay.
I think it was kind of a cliffhanger if he had any other outstanding issues that would affect any of his probation going forward. To your knowledge, well, I know that you can't go in depth, but is there anything that will affect his?
Well, I don't know the answer to that. There is nothing related to this case. There is nothing that he has in his past that is affecting his ability to move forward and appropriately serve this sentence. Okay, his kids and his wife look forward to getting him back home.
I'm sure they do. Yeah, absolutely. That was good. That was really good. Yeah, I hadn't seen that, and I've seen it come up on 11 Alive. So I wanted to check that out. That was great. That was a great interview. Okay, let's look up court and see if they've got that posted yet. Well, all right. I'm working on a surprise for Jason when he hits 30K, and I may have it locked down. Just wait till I tell you guys, because it's going to be a surprise for y'all too. Let me see here. All right, let me see. I don't see where anybody has it posted. This is so weird. They're supposed to go live in like 3 minutes. Let me see here. Let me try that news first. Well, while we're waiting on that, we can check this out. Look at this. Look who's live right now.
Driver's license, please. They help me pass the test.
Look who's going to get their driver's license.
I need somebody to come to the driver's license place with me and help me pass the test.
He's driving to go get his driver's license. I'm sorry, that's ironic for me.
Go vote. I wish I would vote. Can't nothing about none of this stuff.
If his mouth gets too bad, we'll
I've
have
been
him.
born all these years. They still ain't been helping us.
Well, morning, Crystal. I think Jason's doing election coverage. Stream. Streaming tonight.
Am I nervous? I got nervous going my bad stupid.
Is he nervous? Yeah, he's nervous. Or he wouldn't be telling people to go with him. I'll say a prayer for him. Dear Lord, be with Woody. You know, Woody is Woody. He's nervous or he wouldn't be talking about it. So put a calm over him, Lord. He's trying to go do the right thing and get his driver's license. Yes, Lord, he's driving there. We see the irony. But Lord, best live chat on the planet is asking that you just be with him, help him to make the right moves, to be calm, and just think before he makes a turn, before he backs up, or pulls into a spot, so he can be a law-abiding citizen, get his driver's license, and take another step in the right direction. We're thankful that he's doing this and that he's trying to follow the rules, follow the law, the road. In Jesus Christ's name we believe, and we claim it as if it were already done. In Christ's name, amen.
It's nasty.
My prayer was not nasty, Woody. How dare you?
That's moderate. There you go.
What? Woody, you are not looking at the work. Oh, Lord, I'm going to have to cut this off. He is staring at his phone.
Where's him?
He is a little cutie. I could just smack him sometimes, though. He is a character. Would you stop? Oh, he is making me nervous. Woody, quit now. Chewing on something, messing with his phone, and driving. Yeah, he's definitely going to get his driver's license. He is British. Yeah, he is. I ain't seen him stop once. Have y'all seen him stop? I was thinking about it, too. I ain't seen him stop one time. I ain't heard nothing but that gas going.
Good morning.
I was just thinking about that, daughter. What are you doing? That's what you got a mirror for, Woody. Oh, this is going to give me kind of anxiety.
It's like, don't forget.
No, he doesn't. He didn't.
I got
Remember, he
20
sat in
minutes one
court.
tonight.
He didn't have a license. He's
So
going now
tomorrow
to go
night.
get it.
One of these damn nights.
Yeah, you get a temporary one, like they print one. But don't you think they're going to ask him, how
I
did you
might go
get here
to the
today?
gym. About to go sweat. To get this shit up off of me. They don't want us to know that's the key to get rid of this stuff.
I wish people in his chat would stop telling him to go vote. He's a felon. He can't vote. I think she was helping him learn how to drive correctly, follow the laws. When he was talking about going to get his license, I thought he was going to continue talking about it, not just drive. Yeah, it's kind of boring. All right, let me see if the trial is on yet.
For sure.
What? No.
What y'all thought was gonna be otherwise?
Okay, trial's on.
Told y'all good.
All right, here we go. Wow, they didn't prepare for it or not. Here we go.
Okay, why don't y'all get together and see if y'all can come to agreement about what would come in, and if there's disagreement after y'all
Okay.
talk, then y'all bring that back up to me. Okay, the
Not the Young Thug
recalling
trial.
of Detective
Atlanta News
Thorpe.
First.
You want to just give me a summary?
Yes, John. As Your Honor knows and has been doing in this case, you have discretion and control over the way evidence is presented and witnesses that are called. One thing that,
Right, it is from yesterday.
from my observations,
sorry.
has been important with moving the
It doesn't have it up. I just seen continues and then I've seen it moving. Nobody has it up. I don't understand. There it is. Oh, the seal's up. Okay. So it must be getting ready to start. They must be running a little bit late. Fox 5 Atlanta said, where are y'all? Where are y'all at? Okay, it must be getting ready to come up. All right. Not the seal. Not the seal. I can't because I know he's got something going on. I'm a Trump supporter too, Jennifer. I already made my vote. You can vote and own a gun? I thought you weren't allowed to vote if you were a felon. Okay, I stand corrected. My bad. I thought you weren't allowed to vote if you were a felon. I am sorry, I'm misinformed. Maybe it depends on the state. Oh, it's my state. Okay, if you are a convicted felon in North Carolina, you cannot vote. Yeah, it's my state. Sorry about that. I think they're getting ready to start. I see the camera moving, which I think it's stupid to take away their right to vote. They know how the legal system works. I want to know who they want to vote for.
Really an issue anymore anyway.
Here we go, guys.
I mean, we're clear on the Mr. Thorpe can't be testifying about Mr. Stillwell's. So if y'all want me to read that part of the transcript, I will, but. Oh, I'm sorry. I said, I'm sorry, I'm a little late taking the bench. I was searching the transcript roughs for the part that we had been looking for yesterday, which I found. But I think we're clear anyway on what my ruling is about what Thorpe can and can't testify to, but I'm happy to read into the transcript what we were discussing before, which my
Can y'all
ruling
not hear it?
was, so they
Put a-
can't have
yeah,
a
for me
new
to hear it.
witness if they have a witness that they were planning to call back anyway, who is already qualified to testify to this, then they can testify to it, but they can't come up with a new witness or recall somebody that they didn't already have on their list. So I think that takes care of that.
Let me see if I can find another feed.
But of course, we have another issue because we can't have more than one normal no issue trial day in a row. So I have an email from one of the jurors this morning, Interestingly, he sent two different drafts of it. And the first says, it's to my assistant. When you have a moment, please relay this to the judge. Good morning, Judge Whitaker. I am requesting to be removed from the current case due to the length of this trial and how the state has handled this case. I can no longer be unbiased towards any decisions moving forward. Yesterday provided a glimpse of how the state presented its evidence, and I foresee another 3 to 6 months with the remaining defendants. Thanks. But then that's not what he really meant to send, because he said, I didn't mean to send this version, not the other one, with a minor correction. Hope all is well. When you have a moment, can you relay this email to the judge? Good morning, Judge Whitaker. I am requesting to be removed from the current case due to the length of this trial and how the state has handled this case. I will be biased towards any decisions moving forward. Yesterday provided a glimpse of how the state presented its evidence, and I foresee another 3 to 6 months with the remaining defendants. Thanks. Now, this is the same juror who a few months back asked to be removed from the case and provided no reason whatsoever. And so I just ignored it. I just said, no, you're not removed. Doesn't work that way. And so I think this is just a ploy to get off of a case that he's sick of being on because it's taking up his time. Obviously, we can have him out and privately, not with the other jurors around, and ask whatever questions we want of him. Willing to hear what anybody has to say about it.
I don't know from the court's perspective if this would be appropriate, but I would have no objection to informing this juror that it might not be 3 to 6 months. And I think it might not be 3 to 6 months or whatever he said. And I think that is accurate and honest at this point.
I mean, I think it would be fair to say we have no expectation that it'll be another 3 to 6 months. Towards any decisions, whatever that means.
Right, but he said, but he specifically talked about the state and how the state is cleaning up this case. So therefore, the state would have some concern with the juror not being able to remain fair and impartial, given what his language was. He didn't say to either side. He said specifically to the state.
No, he didn't. He said, I will be biased towards any decisions moving forward. Yesterday provided a glimpse of how the state presented its evidence, and I foresee another 3 to 6 months with the remaining defendants. And frankly, you have to start a case unbiased, but as you listen to the evidence, as long as you don't deliberate with anybody, you can mull the evidence in your own mind. And frankly, if y'all are presenting the case in a way that is driving a juror crazy, that's on you.
And I understand that, but if he is, it appears that he is, his thoughts at this point is that he, and maybe that's what we need to ask him, whether or not he still be fair and impartial. Watching everything outside of the presence.
I mean, I certainly think that would be appropriate. So I'm looking for some kind of the general language that we give about needing to decide the case based on the evidence. So once I find that, we'll get him out and y'all can ask whatever questions you want.
And when that is complete, Your Honor, before we bring the whole jury out, I just want to say something to the court, put something on briefly on the record. That
Okay,
can wait
about
till after
this or something else?
Something else. It can wait.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me quickly jump to a new feed I found that's louder, guys. I told y'all I knew he had something going on this morning. Jolena, you know you're wrong for that. So they're getting their stuff together. The mic's cut off for some reason. If you're just joining us, a juror sent a letter to the court asking to be removed from the case because of the way the state handles things. They can no longer be unbiased, which is huge and hilarious. It's big news and it's hilarious. And everybody's wondering where Miss Love is. Where are you, love? Are we not feeling the love anymore? I have a feeling that Miss Love may have been removed. I don't know that for a fact. I'm speculating, but yeah, are we not feeling the love? So yeah, very huge news. Trump would say huge, very huge. It's the hugest news. Some would say it's the hugest. Okay, I can't do a good Trump voice, but it's election day. What do you want me to do? Oh, hang on. Yeah, like no one has ever seen. Yeah, if y'all are in Fulton County, please get out and vote. Please. Like I'm not in Fulton County, but I'll beg you, please keep stuff like this from happening again to some other to another son or another daughter, another brother, another father. Get out and vote. Make your voices heard. This is corruption personified in 4K, as Jason would say. Absolutely, they need to be polled. Turn the mics on. We want to hear the horse trading. You know they do, Zipper. You know they all feel the same way. They all do. I doubt it because she said this is the same juror that wanted out a couple of months ago. So she's giving this no credibility at all, none. She's going to throw this out in the garbage. This will be shredded in an hour. She's giving this no credibility. And that should have been taken more seriously too. Greatest news ever. Huge news. Huge. Someone say it was the greatest news ever. But I'm going to release that juror. I'm going to release him so fast. The fastest ever. Okay, I'm done. My impression is so bad. I don't get caught up on Rico for my impression. This is the same juror. Want to receive a job. No, different juror. This was a juror right before that one who just wanted to be released and didn't get a reason. Bonnie's going to win just because I don't think enough people know about Courtney Kramer, and that's sad. And that's Courtney Kramer's fault. She didn't put herself out there enough. She should have gone on people's YouTube channels because that's where the real views are, not on TV, not billboards really, but on YouTube channels. Last month, Jason's channel got 1.2 million views. That's where you need to be, is go on people's YouTube channels. And it's not that I don't like, he's at work, Becky. It's not that I don't like TV or whatever. It's that's what you need to do. And it's free. It's free advertisement. And I have no problem with Courtney Kramer. I don't know the girl. But YouTube is the new wave. Morning, Monica Mo. I was listening to you this morning. I was just trying to get ready. So sorry I couldn't tap into the chat. Good stream this morning, though. Y'all make sure you subscribe to Monica. She's got a good thing going on over there. I don't even have broadcast channels anymore.
To get that juror out.
Okay, here we go.
Can we get juror number 56 out, please? Thank you.
I've seen her on 2. And she was invited here twice. And she knows he's in the Atlanta area.
Good morning. So I am in receipt of a correspondence from you this morning. And I'm actually in receipt of both versions of it because you sent one and then you adjusted it. And my assistant had already sent that one to me. So I have both. And you seem to be expressing concerns about the length of the trial. And I've discussed that with all of the attorneys, and we all feel comfortable representing that there is really, it's almost certain that this trial will be over far before 3 to 6 months have elapsed. I think it is probable that it will be over before the end of this year. So I'd like to find out whether that assuages any of your concerns.
Given that you said probable, and I'll keep it as is, but I will, if it prolongs, then I will send out correspondence if it goes into 2025.
All right. Let me ask you as well. You said that you, first you said you could no longer be unbiased, and then you said that you would be biased towards any decisions moving forward. Is that because of your worries about how long the case might take?
Yes.
Okay.
I projected when we first began this entire case, we were projected to be in 6 months and then a year.
Yeah.
And then given the circumstances in between, personally, I just feel like it's too long.
Yeah.
I love what I do for a living. I miss what I do.
Yeah.
And it's been hindering a lot of things, family and friends.
Yeah.
So since he's probable in the sentence, and so therefore I can we're assuring that this will probably will be 2024 year, so then therefore I can still stay on board.
Okay. Let me ask you a couple of other things as well. I know that you were instructed with some version of entering the case and considering the evidence with an open mind and not reaching any final conclusions until the trial is over with. Can you continue to assess the evidence with an open mind?
Given the information that we just discussed, yes.
All right. Okay, and can you decide this case based only on the evidence that is presented in the law that I give you and not on whether you like or dislike anybody's presentation style?
Since you work that way, then yes, I can go along with that.
All right.
I'm shooting for 2024 this week.
All right. Do any of the attorneys have questions for this juror?
I do not, Your Honor.
All right.
I do not.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll excuse you to the jury room and we'll have y'all all back in just a minute. Thank you. All right. Anything further about that issue before we move on? All right. Thank you.
Just briefly, Your Honor, I became aware last night after I got home that my request to the court to show the jury to pass around the bottles of
Yeah.
the liquid, that was not an intention for them to take a shot from those bottles.
You did say sample.
I did say sample, so I guess a lawyer, which I suppose I am, would say I inartfully worded that, but that was not my intention. I just wanted them to be able to look at the labels, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I understand. The jury got a kick out of it. It was a little bit of levity. So, I didn't know if maybe you had set it on purpose for that very reason.
I'd left
but
my shot glasses
no,
at home.
I didn't think you were actually wanting to give them samples, but I had to deny that in the way that it was phrased. So, okay, no problem with that. All right. Is there any other matter before we get the jury out to start our testimony for the day? Okay, and who's our first witness for the day going to be? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get the jury out and you can have that witness be making their way up to the witness stand.
Thank you for your service, Yvette. I respect my veterans. My dad is a veteran and has a Purple Heart, so I respect my veterans. I could hear him a little bit, and he said something about Miss Love. She said it's not about being biased towards the state or against one side, and he said only Miss Love. That is the only thing I heard that man say because he was so quiet. I heard only Miss Love. So I don't know if that means that she's not coming back, or I don't know what that means. It may not mean anything. But yeah. So the jury don't like her neither. But so when they go back and they have these long times that they have to wait, they talk to each other. They do. So what's going on is juror wrote a letter to the court saying he wanted out, that he could no longer be biased against the state because they seen what happened to Jeffrey, pretty much. And that they thought this trial was going to last another 3 to 6 months. Now, with Jeffrey being gone and the other two being gone, they're saying it's not going to last as long as they originally thought. So that's actually good. So that's good.
Swearing our witness, we'll get started. Thank you.
Aaron Wolford, AARONWOFFORD.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jurors how you were currently employed, sir?
I am retired lieutenant at the Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And how long were you employed by the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
21 years.
Okay.
We're going to adjust that mic. It's really not that one.
What
Well,
what did you see on her? I would like to know.
Move that other one towards
Can you email me?
You said You worked there for how long?
21 years.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, I guess, where within the sheriff's department were you employed?
At the jail.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what did you do, or what did your employment entail at the jail?
Well, I started off as a floor deputy, moved to sergeant, moved to lieutenant, did security, was over security, unit manager over security, and unit manager in the watch commander's office.
And can you tell the jurors, as the lieutenant who managed security for the jail, and where's the jail located?
901 Rice Street.
Okay. And is that here within Fulton County, city of Atlanta?
Yes, it is.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about your role as kind of head of security at the Fulton County Jail?
This basically made sure all of the checkpoints were manned, all the equipment was functioning. Was the custodian of the Pelco system that we had, which is the camera system. Also the Securus system, which was the telephone communication system. Made sure all the fences didn't have holes in them, things like that. Made sure there was no areas that can be penetrated as far as escapes and stuff like that.
Okay. And you referenced you were the custodian for the Pelco system. Can you tell the jurors what is that system?
The Pelco system is a system within the jail that basically monitors the jail itself. It's in the pods of where the inmates are housed, but it's also all around the facility, and I have access to it.
Okay. And I won't ask you how many cameras, but were there cameras throughout and all over the Fulton County Jail?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit, were you trained in, I guess, being able to pull information or data from the Pelco system for any
Yes.
specific event?
Yes.
Yes. And can you tell the jurors, were you able to, I guess, narrow down a time frame and pull footage for a specific time frame that you were looking for?
Yes, but I would usually go a little bit before and a little bit after, just to make sure I captured the whole incident.
And is the footage that you would be able to pull and view, is that footage stored within a secured database as it relates to, I guess, all the recordings for each day from the Fulton County Jail?
That's correct.
Okay. And is that how you're able to access any amount of data that you were looking for as it relates to footage?
Correct.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, as head of security, were you aware that other deputies working within the jail wore body cameras?
Correct.
And as the lieutenant on duty, were you able to pull and view a body camera related to any specific deputy on duty?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something that you did fairly regularly before you retired?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors the system in which the body camera footage is stored in the ordinary course of business?
It's called evidence.com.
Okay. And is the company Axum?
Yes, Axum. Yes.
And based on your security clearance as lieutenant, were you able to regularly view any of the body cam footage as it related to the deputies who worked within the Fulton County Jail?
Yes.
And is that something that you did on a regular basis, like you described with the Pelco system, as one of your duties when working?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to February 9th of 2022. Were you a lieutenant then, still not retired as it relates to the Fulton County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, did you become aware of an aggravated assault or a stabbing within the jail?
Yes.
And before we get into that, can you explain to the jurors, I guess, how the jail is set up, how many floors, and you mentioned pods. Can you talk a little bit about that?
There's 7 floors in the jail. And on each floor, you have 6 pods within the jail. You have 400, 500, 600, 100, 200, 300. Then you have 700, 800. 700 is where the deputies on the floor are housed or officed and have computers and stuff. But and 800 is where the gym is, where they have their recreation.
Okay.
And that's on every floor. That setup is on every floor.
Okay. And on each floor, and I guess in the area of each pod, are there specific deputies assigned either to each pod individually or a number of pods that they monitor throughout their shift?
Deputies are, you have north and south. So you have deputies from one all the way up. You have north and south, and there's deputies on each floor in each pod. Well, not in each pod, but on each floor on each side.
Okay. And as it relates to February 9th of 2022, were you able to locate and pull video surveillance from the Pelco system as it relates to the stabbing?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 125, Victor Victor. And let me know if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the jurors how you recognize it and what it is?
It's the video footage of the incident that occurred on February 9th.
Okay. And I'll go ahead and show you also State's Exhibit 124 of Victor Victor. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, it's also, the first one was the body cam. The second one was the Pelco system.
Okay. And was that footage that you were able to pull of the body cam as well as the Pelco video surveillance as it relates to the stabbing you became aware of on February 9th of 2022?
That's correct.
Okay. At this time around, the state will tender State's Exhibit 124, Victor Victor, which is the Pelco video surveillance, and then 125, Victor Victor, which is the body cam related to the stabbing.
All right. Those are both admitted.
Now, can you tell the jurors, based on your investigation in conjunction with other deputies who were working in the Fulton County Jail, can you tell the jurors the inmates that were involved in the violent incident?
Bennett and Myrick.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors as it relates to Mr. Bennett and Mr. Myrick, did you view the video surveillance of the actual stabbing from the Pelco system?
I did.
Okay. And were you able to actually, I guess, locate? Let me ask a better question. Was the violent event, was it actually captured on the video surveillance?
It was.
Okay. And can you describe to the jurors before we play it the video surveillance as it relates to the Pelco system, the quality of, I guess, the video? Is it something that it's HD and you can see everything like it's standing before you, or is it a little different?
It's a little different. A little. I mean, it's you could see, but it's a little different.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, permission to publish
You may.
State's Exhibit 124. Your Honor, just for the record, because it takes a minute to pull up, I had already pulled it up from my desktop. And before we start playing the video surveillance in, I guess, the still frame in State's Exhibit 124 BV at 6:45 and 28 seconds PM that evening, February 9th, do you see the individual who's in, I guess, kind of the middle,
They have
far right-hand side?
There's something over the video.
right-hand corner of the exhibit?
Yes,
And can you tell the jurors, is that Jaden Meyer?
that's correct.
And in your review of the footage, I guess, let's go ahead and explain to the jurors where we are in the jail in this video.
This is 6 North Zone 600
Okay.
at the Fulton County Jail.
And you see in the video, there's 2 floors, the bottom and the top floor where the stairs lead. Do you see the numbers, for example, 616, 615, 614? What are those?
Those are individual cells.
Okay. And in the individual cells, is that where inmates who were being housed at Fulton County Jail would reside during their time there?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, based on your number of years with the sheriff's department, ending your career as a lieutenant there, can you kind of explain to the jurors, I guess, the process and procedure as it relates to individual inmates, I guess, coming out of the cell to make video calls or phone calls using the secure system that you
But
spoke about?
this particular zone, I think this was the PC zone. I'm almost sure it was. And in those zones, there's only supposed to be one individual out at a time.
Excuse me, sir. Can you use your microphone?
How long they were out? I think it was an hour to take care of whatever they need to take care of, as far as attorneys or showers or visitation or whatever they're doing.
And can you explain to the jurors who said PC zone? What is that?
That's
term mean?
protective custody.
Now, you referenced 2 inmates being Mr. Myra. We see in states that it's 124 BB. Is the second individual that you referenced, last name Bennett, is that Ray Sean Bennett?
That's correct.
Okay. And in your working at the jail, and working there while Mr. Bennett was in custody, do you know a nickname that he goes by?
I don't.
Okay. Is the nickname Lucci? Does that ring a bell?
It sounds familiar, but I don't. I've heard it, that name, but.
And as the video is playing, I just want to see if we can orient the jurors a little bit. Do you see in the exhibit where the second set of stairs that are towards the back of the right-hand side of states at 124 BV?
Mm-hmm.
You described there's when their inmates are out, they're able to make either video visitation calls or normal phone calls. Can you kind of orient the jurors, I guess, the area that would take place in this pod?
Well, if they're going to do like commissary or stuff like that, the one down at the bottoms for their commissary and things of that nature.
Right. Do me a favor, stand up and point at the large screen for them.
This box right here is where they're going to do their commissary and things of that nature. This box up here is where they're going to do their video visitations and things of that nature.
And as you can see in the exhibit, 640, 651, you see Mr. Meyer kind of walking around on the pod. Can you explain to the jurors how he's able to do that?
I'm figuring that's his time out to do what he needs to do as far as his hygiene or calls, if he's talking to a lawyer or whatever he needs to do for that amount of time that he's out.
Okay. So when an inmate, when it's their time, their hour, they're able to walk about freely. They're able to walk about freely, as you can
Yes.
see.
Yes. Yes.
Now, as you continue to review the video, is there a time where you can see Mr. Ray Sean Bennett also come out and get released from his cell?
There is a time, yes.
I'm going to move to 6:57 p.m. in the exhibit.
Yes,
And can you tell the jurors, is that Mr. Rayshawn Bennett after he's been released from his cell?
appears to be race. Yes, Mr. Bennett.
And can you explain to the jurors, is he near the area that you just talked about where video visitation takes place?
Yes.
Now, Lieutenant, when you see in the exhibit, as the video plays, both Mr. Bennett and Mr. Myron out in 6 North 600, is this typical that two inmates are out at the same time?
No,
And can you tell the jurors why not?
because we wouldn't want to mix them up in case something would happen. So the one that was out, Mr. Meyer, should have been put up.
For efficiency, I'm going to move to 7:01 p.m. video. And at 7:01 and 15 seconds, Lieutenant, do you see Mr. Bennett headed towards the video visitation area being followed by Mr. Myron?
That's correct.
I can't hear it. I've got my studio headphones on and I can't hear anything. I see them fighting though. I can't hear any feed. That
Lieutenant, as the fight's going on, can you tell the jurors in each one of the pods where are the deputies in relation to the inmates? For example, the ones that were.
can I move the subtitles? Sure.
Where does this deputy come from?
He comes, I'm assuming from the other side. This happened in 600, so I'm assuming he was in maybe 1, 2, or 300.
Same. All right.
So the deputies
Officer just walked in there all casual.
working on during their shift. Here, this is 6 North 600. Just one deputy works several pods.
Yes,
And are throughout their shift, are they, I guess, monitoring pods
Exactly. We can't hear them, so we don't know.
yes,
south and around?
yes, around their housing pod that they're assigned to, yes.
And can you tell the jurors,
Didn't it, Karen?
is there, I guess, the watchtower, for example, where an individual is monitoring the telco system or the video surveillance system?
No, they're not watching the Pelco, they're actually watching the inmates in the same pod area or same housing floor area.
And if an incident like this occurs, does the person in the watchtower alert deputies?
Yes.
And is that how they, I guess, get to the pods as quickly as they can?
Correct.
tell the jurors, well, first let me show you state exhibits 125, Victor, Victor, A, B, and C. Do you recognize those exhibits, sir?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, how do you recognize those?
These are pictures taken during the investigation of the victim of this incident.
And when you say victim, can you tell the jurors who is the victim as it relates to this violent act?
Inmate Bennett.
And do those photographs in State Exhibit 125 B, B, A, B, and C fairly and accurately depict the injuries that Mr. Bennett suffered on February 9th, 2022?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender remarks to State Exhibits 125 Victor, Victor, A, B, C.
Sure.
Somebody got in a fight, but we don't know who because they won't use their microphones.
Okay, they're admitted without objection.
This time, the state's going to publish State's Exhibit 125 on the body camera.
We'll try to go back to law and crime, but they didn't have good audio this morning.
While pulling the body camera up, can you tell the jurors
That's Fox News. I'm sorry.
how the body camera works within?
Lord knows that's Jason's stream. Sorry. Okay, there it is. Let's see if this is better now.
Digital equipment.
Oh, wow. That is better. Thank you, guys.
Handcuffs, OC, taser if they have one. Put it down. Put it down. Put it down. Shoot me. Put it down. 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 I ain't got one. Put it down. Put it down. Hey, y'all chill out, girl. No, that man just smoking me. You don't suck shit. So? Put it down. I ain't want to go straight up. Move. Listen, if you stab me, I ain't gonna step back. Man, I didn't even stop me. Put it down.
I ain't got what the fuck you telling me for. I ain't got it. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. I'm trying to kill it for me. Move.
All jail units, so you're not emergency traffic. All police assistance.
Step back. Step back. Step back.
So what's the situation?
Step back. Step back. Step back.
Please, an inmate, don't 600.
Get down. Get down. Don't slide the weapon nowhere. Get down. Get down, motherfucker. Get down. Get down. I'm down, baby. Roll over on your back.
He didn't want to shoot me. Why they shoot me? That shit mine. Hey man, they shot me. I ain't had no knife.
So you do.
What? What is that? What is that? Anyway, they shot me.
Lieutenant is with that body cam for Deputy Edward. Deputy Edward was monitoring outside.
Correct.
Now, I want to show you this last body camera. You tell the jurors, Lieutenant, is it, I guess, common for more than one deputy when it's called over the radio?
Yes.
There's an incident to arrive.
Yes.
Through your investigation, can you tell the jurors, was a weapon found as it relates to the incident we just witnessed with the stabbing?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors what it was?
It's called a shank.
Okay. And can you describe to the jurors what is a shank?
It's a homemade weapon or a weapon made in jail by inmates. An edge weapon.
I want to show you this second video on State's Exhibit 125, Victor Victor. And then for the record, I'm going to start at 1 minute, 37 seconds.
While they're getting this cued, I thought this was inadmissible. I thought they weren't supposed to know they were incarcerated. I'm confused.
You can stand down on 6 North. Situation under control. Oh, yeah, pop. I ain't got no gloves on me. Some gloves. Pick it up. Can you put that on your pick that, no, wrap it up in your glove, take your glove off and wrap it in your glove. He gotta say them.
Is that the chain, Lieutenant?
Yes, that was found.
Now, I'm going to put on the screen State Exhibit 124, Victor B. And can you describe for the jurors through your investigation the injuries that we see here in 125 Victor B that Mr. Rayshawn Bennett sustained from being stabbed with the shank?
Those are wounds that were obtained during the incident. By Bennett got stabbed with, and that's the outcome of it.
Through your investigation, was Mr. Myrick at all, I guess, injured or sustained any injuries from the fight stabbing that we saw on video?
I didn't see any. I don't know if the nurses, I don't know as far as him, if he was injured or anything.
All right, are there defense questions for this witness? Sure.
Good morning, Captain Wofford.
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant Wofford.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, apologize.
No problem.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, who's seated to my right.
Mhm.
Just a couple questions. I just want to make sure I have this correct. I know that you've corrected me, you're a lieutenant. Were you the person within the jail responsible for investigating this incident?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So that was in your purview?
Yes.
All right, great. Now, my first question is, I think we just saw in the body cam, Deputy Edwards, I thought I heard a taser gun. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. Who was tased?
Both of them.
Both individuals were tased?
I understand. Yes. From what I
Okay.
saw, yes.
Now, as I understood your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, this occurred in the protective custody dorm, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated, I believe, that there was only supposed to be one person, when I say person, I mean a person that's an inmate at the time, walking around the floor at a time.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And so that doesn't just apply to Jaden Myrick and Rashawn Bennett. That applies to all the people, the inmates, I don't like that term, but inmates that are in that pod.
In 600, yes.
In 600.
Yes.
So no two people are supposed to be on the floor at the same time.
Correct.
Okay. How is that ensured? Can you explain? For instance, are there locks on the individual doors to the rooms?
Yes. Once their doors close, it locks.
Okay. So, and who controls those locks?
Tower.
Okay. So, am I correct that the tower, ideally, the way it's supposed to work is the tower lets one person out onto the floor and then doesn't let anyone else out until that person returns back to their room?
Ideally, whoever's out, they go in first, they lock the doors, and whoever's supposed to come out next comes out.
Okay. In the video, as I understood it, Mr. Myrick was out walking the floor, correct?
Correct.
And then Mr. Bennett exited his door to enter the floor as well.
Correct.
Which would be against the protocol.
Correct.
What happened?
From my understanding, from reports that I got, he was supposed to go up. I'm not sure why he didn't go inside or whatever, and he was left out. I don't know because I wasn't up there.
Well, presumably, if the idea is to keep the gentleman separate, or any two individuals separate, the person that's in the room, their door would not be unlocked until the other person is securely locked in their room, correct? That's how it's supposed to work.
That's how it's supposed to work. I'm not sure what the incident was or why it happened that way. There could have been a number of things. I don't know. Maybe the towel person didn't see him walking around. I'm not sure. I'm not making any excuses. I don't know. But ideally, one person's supposed to go up, other one's supposed to go in.
Did you do, as part of your investigation at the jail, did you do kind of a historical look to see if that was a common instance that had been happening over the last month, we'll say, with two people on the floor at the same time?
No.
Okay, so we don't know if this is that incident or that situation with two people that are in 600 being on the floor at the same time. We're not sure if that happened at all over the past month. We just know that it happened on that particular day.
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Lieutenant Walford.
Good morning.
My name is Doug Weinstein. I represent Diamante Kendrick. Just a few questions. I think you indicated to Mr. Shart that only one of the people held in custody should have been on the floor at a time, correct?
Outside the
cell.
Yes.
And you don't know why there were two that were out there at the same time, right?
I don't.
Okay. Is it possible for, and I'm going to again use the unfortunate term inmate, is it possible for an inmate to release himself from the cell?
Yeah.
It is. How would they go about doing that?
Move the door.
It's not locked. It is not locked.
What, the door? Yeah, it's locked. They've moved the door when it was locked.
Okay. So even though they're in protective custody, it's possible for multiple inmates to be on the floor at the same time.
I'm not saying in that pod. I'm just talking. You said generally in the jail. Correct?
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me be more specific. In that particular pod in 600.
It shouldn't be, but things are put in the doors where you think the door's shut and they can move it.
Okay. And I think we all saw the deputy respond to that fight taking place where he strolls out. Is that the normal procedure, just to kind of slowly walk out there, or generally are they encouraged to have some urgency?
Well, we like to survey the scene first before we go into an incident that could possibly hurt us.
Okay. Do you know how many people held in custody in Fulton County Jail in 2022 when this happened?
Capacity?
Let's clarify. Hold on. No, I haven't finished the question. I'm sorry. Within all of the Fulton County Jail, which goes by Rice Street, correct? People call it Rice Street?
Yes, sir.
So within Rice Street in 2022, do you know how many of the inmates there were killed or died in 2022?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Could I follow up on something that Mr. Weinstein?
You can after, if there's any redirect.
I just have one question. Lieutenant, in your time working at the Fulton County Jail, have there been incidents or situations when deputies have assisted inmates in, for example, staying out in the pods while other inmates are being released from their jail cell?
No, not that I know of. No.
I don't have anything else.
Sir, you talked about the door, the inmates being able to just move the door. I think that was the assumption that it was been tampered with in some way, the door. Is that what you were saying, that inmates can tamper with the doors? How is that done?
They can put the door slides. If a door slides, they can put debris or whatever up in the system, in the mechanism. The door will close like it's locked, but they can still move. They can still get out.
So that would allow someone to exit their room while someone else is still on the floor?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's one more.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I have one more question. Can you tell the jurors, how does an inmate or someone who's residing in Fulton County Jail get a shank into the jail?
It's made from materials that's in the jail already.
Nothing.
Anything else? All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State call Mr. Sharon Lattner to the stand.
Good morning. You're still under oath, so you can go ahead and have a seat.
Good morning, Ms. Lattners.
Good morning.
I got good news. This is the last time you'll be testifying in this trial, Ms. Lattners.
I have good news for you too.
You're
It's my
clo-
last week working.
on to retirement, Ms. Lattners?
Yes.
Well, congratulations. Safe to say you've earned it. Ms. Lattners, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as 1 through 3 Victor Victor and a disc with 1 and 2 Victor Victor Alpha. And Ms. Lattners, were you able to review the items on that disc?
Yes.
And is the documents before you and those discs, do you recognize them?
Yes.
And what are they?
Copy of the incident for that day.
And is the disc contain 911 calls that accompany those incidents?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the CAD reports and 911 calls for those cases?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 1 through 3 Victor Victor and 1 and 2 Victor Victor Alpha.
Those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing 1 Victor Victor. Now, Ms. Lattners, what is the date for that CAD report?
March the 12th, 2022.
And what is the APD incident number associated with that case?
220711320.
Now, Ms. Lattners, what was the incident type description for this CAD report?
Type call is 25 and plain talk is gunshot fired.
What was the location for this gunshot fired call?
2837 Waters Road, Southwest Atlanta.
Is that zone 3?
Yes.
And is that beat 312?
Yes.
Was this a 911 call or officer generated?
911 call.
What time did dispatch receive this call?
4:11 p.m. hours.
And what time did the first unit arrive?
4:19 p.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Lattners, if you turn to the bottom of page 2 under incident comments, or do you see the comment at 16:11, which is 4:11 and 50 p.m.?
Yes.
What does that state?
20 shots fired.
And Ms. Lattners, is on that disc the 911 call associated with this March 12, 2022 shots fired call?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to publish State's Exhibit 1, Victor Victor Alpha,
You
for
may.
the jury. Thank you, Your Honor.
Atlanta 911 operator 7943. What's the address?
Yeah, somebody's shooting over here. I live at 2837 Waters Road, and they had a big shooting over here. I don't know what's going on over there.
Okay, you said 2837 Morris Road.
Waters Road. It's on Waters Road.
How many gunshots did you hear?
Oh, but it had to be about 20.
Okay, we'll get a unit.
I don't know what. Excuse me.
We'll get a unit out there. Thank you.
All right.
Stopping publishing at 34 seconds. Ms. Latners, do you also have before you what's marked as 2 Victor Victor?
Correct.
What is the date for that CAD report?
March the 14th, 2022.
And what is the call type for or description for that CAD report?
50 person shot.
What is the APD case number associated with this March 14th, 2022 person shot?
220731882.
What is the location for this call?
Windsor Street Southwest at I-20 eastbound, Southwest Atlanta.
Is that zone 3?
Yes.
And is that B303?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Latners, who was or what was the source? Was this 911 or officer generated?
911.
Who was the caller?
Kevin Cheeseborough.
What time did dispatch receive Mr. Cheeseborough's call?
10:21 p.m. hours.
And what time did the first unit arrive?
10:29 p.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Latners, if you can turn to the incident comments on page 2, what is the first remark at 10:21:17?
It advised getting on I-20 near 56B Baker. Advised 70 on victim vehicle, red Nissan Versa, subject been shot in his vehicle near I-20 Eugene.
Now, what is a 78 victim?
It's a lookout on that person or vehicle.
Now, Ms. Latners, what is the third line from the top that starts with 78 victim 25 and continues?
It's by 78 victim, 25. Yeah.
All right. So here we go. I don't know what this has to do with the 2 people on trial and why they have her back. This seems ridiculous. They are up at the bench, Donna. All right, that was fast. Here we go.
I'm going to republish 2 Victor Victor and Ms. Latners. Turning back to under the incident narrative, the third line from the top that starts with 78 victim 25. Can you read that and explain to the jury what that means?
It advised 78 victim. It's a lookout on a subject, 25-year-old male, unconscious, not breathing.
And Ms. Latners, what occurs at 10:33:11 or 22:33:11 as read in military time?
They request an ambulance.
And what about at 10:24 or 22:24:05?
Call advised there is a FedEx and at the King's liquor store near the location.
And Ms. Latners, what about at 10:25 or 22:25?
The caller give out the victim place tag number was TX, which is Texas, Robert King, Michael 9343.
And what about at 22:25:47 or 10:25 p.m.?
They give the operator a 7-8 on a victim, black male, black jacket.
In Ms. Latner's, what occurs at 22:30 or 10:30 p.m.?
They advise male not alert, conscious, or breathing.
And right after that at 10:30 and 43 seconds?
Someone advised his dispatcher they found the 69, which is a gun, under the passenger seat.
And what about at 10:34:24?
They requested Hero to shut down I-20 eastbound to Windsor Street.
And what happens after that?
At 10:34 p.m., they confirm person is 48, which means person is dead.
At 10:33 p.m.?
10:34 p.m.
Now, Ms. Latner's, is the second item on that disc the call from Cheeseboro on this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to publish 2 Victor Victor Alpha.
You may.
Atlanta 911 operator 7663. What's the address of the emergency?
I'm on the, oh my God, it's the I-20 West, I-20 East, damn, exit, what is this? Oh my God, I don't know what's that. If I give you an exit number,
do you need police, fire, or EMS today?
I'm sorry?
Do you need police, fire, or EMS today?
It's an EMS, so basically I'm in traffic.
EMS. You need an ambulance? Do you need an ambulance?
It's not me. It's for someone in a car. They're sitting in a car and they're not shot.
We were telling you to hold on for an ambulance.
EMS, what's the address of your emergency?
I'm unsure. If I gave you an exit number, would you be able to find it?
Yes, sir. Go ahead with it.
I think it's like exit 56B. It's like the I-20 West, I-20 East, how you get on to I-20 West, I-20 East.
So I have to, you're on Windsor Street trying to get on 20 West, or you're on 20 West getting on Windsor?
I think I'm on Windsor trying to get on I-20 West or East. It's like you can go either way. And essentially there's a car here and someone in the car, he's not moving, and there's a gun hole in the door. And I'm not really trying to find out more, but that's basically what I deduce from the situation.
Okay, so give me 1 second, okay?
No problem. Oh my God.
And you're on Windsor Street?
I think this is Windsor. I think this is Windsor, 56D. I know, I can kind of see on the highway, and I see it says 57, like it's the next exit. So I think it should be 56D.
Okay.
I just have a question. You're on Windsor, but you're seeing exit signs beyond the exit that you're at. How is that?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Are you sure you're on a surface street?
Am I sure I'm on what street?
You're on a surface street.
Surface Street.
Yeah. Are you on an actual street, or are you on like a middle street where you can still see the highway?
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not understand. I'm on the, let me get in my car and figure out what street I'm on. Because, I mean, the guy's not going anywhere.
You can also open up your Google Maps or whatever your phone uses for.
We'll have to go around. He ain't moving.
What kind of car is it? What color is it?
It's a red Nissan Versa. Yeah, a red Nissan Versa. Yeah, his window is shot out. He's definitely shot. Oh my God! Yes.
What kind of car is it? You stopped at.
It's a red Nissan Versa.
Okay, go ahead and open up your mapping system on your phone and tell me what street you're on. Okay.
Okay, hold on. Google Maps. Oh my God, I want to get out of here now. I'm on Windsor. Yeah, Windsor.
And what's the crossing area?
It's literally when you're getting on I-20 or East, I-20 East or West, but it's close to Eugenia Street.
So Windsor and give me 1 second. All right. And confirm your phone number for me.
352-215-19.
Fire department that's responding, okay?
Okay.
All right. So, give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And are you with the patient now?
I'm at the location now.
I understand that they're at the location. Are you with the patient? Can you see them?
I can see them in the car, yes.
Okay. And how old is the patient?
He's probably early 20s. I would say younger than 25.
Okay. Is he awake?
No, he's not awake.
Is he breathing?
I don't think he's breathing. I have not seen this man move at all.
Okay, give me
I do
1
not think
second.
he's breathing.
Atlanta 873, a 27 Delta 1G.
I'm 7663. 7663.
Thank you, ma'am. I do need to ask you a few more questions, Kevin. If you don't know, it is okay to say you do not know, okay?
Okay.
Is the assailant still nearby?
No, I don't think so. I don't know. I didn't see the assailant.
Is there any serious bleeding?
I'm not getting that close, so I'm unsure. I can't confirm that.
That's okay. I'm sending the paramedics to help him now. Stay on the line, and I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Give me 1 second, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Are you able to? I do need to ask. Are you able to assist in getting him out the car and starting CPR?
Ma'am, I'm not.
It's okay if you can't. I just have to ask, okay?
I can't. I'm sorry.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
Oh my God, that's so sad.
Okay, sir, can you tell me if there's any businesses or residential or anything that you see near you guys?
There's a FedEx, and a liquor store. So there's a FedEx. The name of the liquor store. King's Liquors. King's Liquors.
Looking like LAKINGS.
KINGS. Yeah, liquor.
Okay. Okay, give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
What's your last name, sir? Kevin, what's your last name?
Cheeseboro. CHEES. B as in boy. OROUGH.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, help is on the way for him, and I'll just stay on the line with you until someone gets there, okay? Are you comfortable with doing that?
Do I have to stay here? I'm like,
Sir, before you leave, can you read me the license plates on the vehicle, please? As long as you're not placing yourself in danger, I'm ready. What state is it from?
You say, what state is the license plate from?
Yes, sir.
One moment, I'm walking back to the car. I'm trying to walk away for a minute.
All right, don't place yourself in any danger.
Okay, the license plate is from Texas. And do you want, hold on. You want the license plate number?
Yes.
R as in Robert, K as in Kilo, and then M as in Mary, 9343.
Thank you. And is that man black, white, or Hispanic?
He's a black man.
What color shirt is he wearing? Can you tell?
It's a black jacket.
Black jacket. Anything else? Anyone else in the car?
No, no one else is in the car.
Did you see or hear any gunshots?
No, I had pulled up to the stoplight and I realized he was not moving. So I'm just kind of nosy and I'm driving and I'm looking and I see that he looks like he's like immobile, like asleep. So my conscience was like turning back around. So when I turned back around, that's when I realized like, okay, there's a bullet hole in his door.
Got it. Well, I hear the sirens in the background. Can you tell us if that's fire, police?
Fire truck.
Okay.
Oh, fire's on scene? Okay. Okay.
Did they stop with the patient, sir? I don't hear the sirens anymore.
I think they're turning around. I think they had to make a movement.
Are you able to flag them down without placing yourself in danger to guide them to the patient?
I'm about to do it now because they probably would. I'm not sure if they would be able to get. But I'm about to.
Don't place yourself in any danger.
Yeah, he got shot, I think. Right, like I pulled up and he was right here. It's like, no problem.
Was that the firefighters or the police?
That's the firefighters. Now I think they got on the highway. Oh my God.
Were you talking to a firefighter or you were talking to someone else, the female in the background?
The police is here now.
Okay, let the police take over. Thank you so much for even taking out the time to report it. We greatly appreciate the call, sir.
No problem. Thank you so much for assisting.
Yes, sir.
Right,
Thank you.
Now, Ms. Latners, that third CAD report, is that 2 days after this March 14th 911 call we just listened to?
Yes.
What is the address for what's marked as 3 Victor Victor, the March 16th, 2022 CAD report?
2830 Waters Road, Southwest Atlanta.
Is that address the same address from 1 Victor Victor?
Well, the first one was 2837. This 2830.
Both Waters Road?
Yes.
And Ms. Latners, what is the APD case number for this March 16th, 2022 CAD report?
22-075-0015.
What was the time that APD received? And let me ask you this first. Was this a 911 call as well or officer generated?
911 call.
And what time did dispatch receive that call?
12:08 a.m. hours.
And when did the first APD officer arrive on that scene?
12:10 a.m. hours.
And what time was this call cleared?
4:19 a.m. hours. I'm sorry, it says en route. Let's see.
Is there a time where it says route closed?
It does says route closed at 4:19 a.m. hours.
And Ms. Latners, do you see the incident comments?
Yes.
At 0008 or 12:08 a.m., what does that state?
It advised, heard a lot of gunshots in the area and saw a dark color SUV speeding away. No further.
And what about at 14:40 or 12:14 a.m.?
Univise 2830 has several shell casing and damage.
What about at 12:33?
Advise one detained.
And at 12:37 a.m.?
They asked for a 6-7. A 6-7 means They don't want anyone talking on the radio because they found something, so they need everything quiet during that time.
In Ms. Latner's, shortly after that at 37:47 or 12:37 a.m.
Unit advised 2 additional detained.
And what about at 12:40 a.m.?
They advised 6-7 is lifted. People can go start back talking on the radio.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Latner. There's no further questions from the state.
Their defense questions. Mr. Weinstein?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Latners. You are excused and released, I believe.
She can be permanently excused,
You are
Your Honor.
released. Congratulations on your retirement. All right, call your next witness. Is everybody out? How long is your next witness going to be?
About 20 minutes.
Okay, let's do another witness unless anybody's desperate for a break right now. All right, go ahead.
All right, raise your right hand for the record. You swear to firm testimony that you might give a quarter of the truth and whole truth and what you say. You may be seated. Can you state your first and last name with explain us all, please?
Kevin Cheeseborough, Kevin Cheeseborough, Chees, B as in boy, Orough.
And good morning, Mr. Cheeseborough. How are you?
I'm well, and yourself?
I'm well. If you could just speak into that mic for me, okay? How old are you?
32.
And you can actually talk to the jurors over here, but speaking to the mic, I know it's hard. Thank you. And do you work?
Yes,
What type of work do you do?
I'm an administrative professional.
All right. And did you do the same type of work in March of 2022?
Yes,
Where are you from originally?
Florida,
And how long have you lived in the Atlanta area?
3 years.
What area of the city did you reside in March of 2022?
West End.
Back in 2022, did you have a car?
Yes,
What type of car?
Kia Soul 2018.
You said 2018 Kia Soul?
Yes,
I want to direct your attention to March 14th, 2022 at approximately 10:20 p.m. Did you have the occasion to be in the area of Windsor Street and I-20?
yes.
Why were you in that area?
I was coming from the gym and I missed my turn, so that was kind of the way that I was rerouting myself to get back home.
And where was your gym located?
Midtown, LA Fitness, Midtown.
And briefly, what was the route that you were traveling from the gym to go home?
I am not sure, honestly.
Were you traveling on the highway?
Yes.
Was that highway 7585?
I'm not even gonna lie, I'm not like the most familiar with the streets like that, but I want to assume yes.
Okay.
It was the highway, so yeah, it's a highway I take often.
When you missed your turn, do you remember where you went to try to turn around?
I do not remember the specifics, no.
Did you ever pass a BP gas station?
Yes.
Okay. When you passed the BP gas station, what, if anything, do you remember doing?
Was driving to get back on the highway after I passed the BP gas station, and that's when I noticed the car and I made the U-turn.
Okay. So tell me about when you noticed the car. Where did you notice a car at?
It was in I believe it was in the turn lane, far left lane.
And what color was the car that you noticed?
Red.
And when you first encountered the car, you said it was in the far left lane. Where was your vehicle?
My vehicle may have been either in the middle or the far right. More than likely, it was in the middle lane.
And at the time, when you noticed the red car in the far left lane, were you right next to that red car in the middle lane next to the red car?
I can't speak for certain. I do know the car was holding up traffic, but as far as the exact lane, I'm unsure. I'm sorry.
And when you say the car was holding up traffic, can you remember now approximately how many cars were out there at that time?
It wasn't completely holding up traffic, considering there were about 3 or 4 lanes, but I would say roughly 10 cars.
When you noticed that that car was holding up traffic, what, if anything, did you do?
Well, I intended to kind of pass it by and go home, but they had their flashers on, their emergency lights on, and then they looked asleep. So before I got on the highway, I made the conscious decision to do a U-turn and check on them.
How far did you drive before you made the U-turn to come back and check on the vehicle?
I was actually about to get back on the highway, so I was making the turn to get back on the highway, and instead of making the turn to get on the highway, I hit the U-turn.
Once you made the U-turn, where did you go?
After making the U-turn, I pulled up next to the car just to see if they needed any help.
And when you said you pulled up next to the car, were you on the same side of the street that you were previously or on the opposite side of the street?
I cannot really confirm which side, because I did eventually end up, I remember being back on the other side, but actually, no, I was on the opposite side. I do remember I was on the opposite side. So I pulled up, if the car is facing this way, I was facing the opposite side.
All right. You have permission to approach? I'm going to show you what's been marked as 64 VV, 67 VV, and 68 VV. I want you first to maybe recognize those pictures.
Yes.
First, starting with 64 VV, how do you recognize 64 VV?
That's my car on the far right.
And do you also see in that picture the other car that you were just speaking of?
Yes.
All right. And looking at 67 VV, how do you recognize 67 VV?
That's probably the view I would have had.
Put that other one down for me.
Sorry.
That's okay.
That's probably the view I would have had before I did the U-turn to get on the highway.
All right. And then 68 VV.
Just another view of the car, so looks familiar.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the area where you were when you saw the red car on March 14, 2022?
Yes. I don't remember this debris on the ground, but that might be like a minor oversight. But other than that,
You don't
there's
remember?
a box on the ground like of debris or something like that. I mean, that's minor, but I don't remember that. But other than that, everything looks accurate.
Okay. Yeah, this time the state would like to admit 64 VV, 67 VV, and 68 VV into evidence.
All right, those are admitted.
Permission to publish.
Yep.
First, I want to start with actually 67 VV. Now, looking at 67 VV, and it should be on your computer and on the screen behind you. Looking at the picture, are you able to tell or remember where you pulled up with your car when you first saw the red vehicle?
I was more than likely in the left lane, and then after the car wasn't moving, so I probably was more than likely held up by the car, and then I moved over to the right lane to pass the car.
Okay. So initially you were behind the red car.
Yes.
And when you said there were other cars out there, were there other cars in front of you between your car and the red car?
So there were initially, but due to the car not moving, they eventually ended up going around until I was directly behind the car.
Okay. And when you said you went and made the U-turn, and I believe there's a stick to the side of you. If you can stand up for a moment. And just show the jury where you went to go make the U-turn.
It would be actually past these cylinders right here to get on the highway where this light is right here.
And when you were driving, before you decided to make a U-turn, would you have been going westbound on I-20?
Yes.
Thank you. Now showing you what's been admitted as 64 VV. Looking at 64 VV, do you see your vehicle?
Yes.
And is that your vehicle on the right-hand side of the photograph? The single car on the right-hand side of the photograph?
Yes.
All right. And is the red car, the first car, in the picture on the left-hand side of the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. Now, once you stopped your vehicle, please continue. What did you do once you stopped your vehicle and exited your car?
So I vaguely remember, it's been a few years, but essentially I got out the car, I walked around the car, I was going to knock on the window, but then that's when I noticed the glass was shattered. So when I noticed the glass was shattered, that's when I called 911 for assistance.
Did you call anyone else besides 911?
Before 911, I doubt, no. If anything, it would have been my brother, but I doubt I called him before. I did call him after, but not before.
Okay. Once you saw the shattered glass, did you see anything inside of the vehicle?
No.
Did you see anyone inside of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Where was the person who was inside of the vehicle?
Driver's seat.
And if you can describe to the jury, how did he appear in the vehicle? I'm sorry, was it a he or a she?
He.
How did he appear inside of the vehicle?
He actually looked sleep. I didn't notice any blood or anything. He just looked sleep. But considering the glass was shattered, I figured something might have been wrong.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 69 VV, 70 VV, 72, and 76 VV. Take a moment and look at those. Tell me if you recognize
these. Yes.
Okay, how do you recognize those?
Well, the first picture I don't really recognize because, when I say that, I didn't open the passenger side door, so this view is not technically familiar to me.
Okay.
For the other three pictures, I would definitely say those views are familiar to me.
So looking at 69 VV and 70 and 76, 72 VV, Your Honor, state would like to admit 69, 70, and 72 VV.
Okay, if those are the three that he recognized.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, those are admitted.
First, looking at State's Exhibit, publishing State's Exhibit 69 VV. Now, looking at 69 VV, is that the view that you had once you exited your vehicle?
Somewhat, yes.
When you say somewhat, tell me what do you mean?
This view would put me kind of in the pedestrian crosswalk, and I was a little bit behind the car.
So your car is further to the right of this picture?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got out of your car, did you walk back towards the car, in the direction of the car?
Yes.
All right. Looking at 70 VV. And then 72 VV. Is that the shattered window that you just referenced that you saw when you approached the vehicle?
Yes.
Now, when you approached the vehicle, how did you see that the victim looked asleep?
Well, they just were leaned over, so I got out my car, and then I approached the vehicle, and then I noticed they were kind of just like leaned over. So that was my signification that they were maybe asleep until I noticed the window.
What side of the car did you approach when you saw that he was leaned over and looked asleep?
Considering where my car was, I'm going to say the driver's side. I'm not 100% certain, but I would assume that I would approach on the driver's side, considering where I parked.
Once you saw him inside of the vehicle, what did you do next?
Well, again, I didn't notice any blood, so I thought he was asleep. I think I just kind of continued to survey the car, and then that's when I looked through the driver's side window to the passenger side window and noticed that it was shattered. So then that's when I called 911.
And after you called 911, did law enforcement arrive?
Yes.
Did the ambulance arrive?
Yes, I'm assuming so. I don't remember vividly, but yes.
And once law enforcement arrived, did you speak with them about what you just told the jury here today?
Yes.
Court's indulgence for a moment. No further questions.
All right, are there defense questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Cheeseborough,
Mm-hmm.
good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? I just have a couple questions for you. Okay. I'm sorry. Miss Knight, could you please pull up 64 VV? Okay, thank you. Mr. Cheeseborough, just briefly, this, to your recollection, you've identified your car. Is this the moment that you parked and are exiting your car to check on things, essentially?
Yes.
Okay. The red car that you checked on, in this photo, it appears that the car is essentially, when you came across this car, was the car in the crosswalk as it is in this photo?
I would assume so, because at this point there would have been any interference. So yes.
Okay.
Safe to say that it was in the crosswalk.
Okay. While you were there, did you see the red car, not your car, the other car that you were checking on, move at all, forward or back?
No.
Okay. And lastly, when you checked on the car, if you know, did you know whether the car was on or off?
I do not recall.
Do you have any knowledge about whether the car was in park or drive?
I do not recall.
Do you have any knowledge whether the gentleman that was in the car, whether his foot was on the brake or if the car was merely in park.
I'm not sure what gear the car was in, but I feel like I do remember his foot being on the brake.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Weinstein, anything for you? All right, any redirect?
No.
All right, Mr. Cheeseborough, thank you. You are excused. Let's take a convenience break right now, and then y'all can be ready with your next witness.
We're going to jump really quick. I think Brian Steele is arguing for the Supreme Court if we haven't missed it.
Build and argue.
And we've
that-
missed it.
So it was good because it allowed something that's not allowed?
Yeah.
It can be.
Inferences of her guilt are allowed.
Yeah, inferences of her guilt.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
I
But
think
can you
we- I think we've
explain
missed
how
it.
that addition to the jury
Yeah,
instruction
this is Blaylock.
is supposed to be
Hang on a second.
understood by the jury?
I think he's already finished his part. Hold on a second.
On its face, it's more likely that it's not consistent with the Constitution, but we're here in an ineffective assistance realm, and so with trial
Are you
strategy-
conceding
The
there's
thing-
sufficiency?
Report
I'm
you
not
can.
considering that.
Okay.
I
But I mean,
think-
because I think if you're, I get what your point is. It's not, the question is not simply, was this jury instruction right? But at the end of the day, if what you're saying is, no, actually, that would be really hard for a jury to understand consistent with the Constitution, yeah, then I think
But erroneous jury instructions are not necessarily per se deficient performance.
they're not necessarily, but it can make it, I mean, it really then points us to prejudice.
Right.
So what is your best formulation of that argument, that there is none?
There is none. I think
There's it
we
still.
go back to Horn on this case, and Horn is very similar.
No, it doesn't let you back it up.
Horn asked whether there was any evidence of material facts that were added.
I'll try to find it. Let me see if I can find it.
Questions, and it's very similar to cumulative evidence in a prejudice in an ineffective assistance of counsel. And here I would say there was no material facts that were added, either as to appellant's guilt. If you were going to add there were any facts, any obvious inferences that were made, it was that she was a co-conspirator, and that's obvious from the evidence that was already introduced and independently introduced of this. Also, we do have strong evidence that was noted by the trial court, who's in this position to make that finding. They're the ones who saw the trial develop. They were ones who also were able to address credibility and weigh that evidence just as a juror would.
But counsel, how can you say that there was no inference that the appellant was guilty when she took the fifth on questions like, were you with him on that day? Do you know him? I mean, all those kinds of things where, I mean, wouldn't the inference, if the jury believes she was taking the fifth to hide something, she was hiding the fact that she knew him and that he was there at the scene on that day. So why would that not be an inference of guilt against Blaylock?
Well, I think we come back also to her cross-examination testimony that she gave there. She denied setting them up. She denied directing Blaylock or Ryan.
YSL's on break.
And
We'll go
so
back.
Between the inference that could be created, as you suggested, and
Well, trial counsel argued she was protecting the real killers.
Right.
Obviously, it wasn't Blaylock, somebody else.
Someone else. And honestly, she also took the fifth to saying that she had a gun that day, or she shot him. So you could also build that.
But is that a reasonable inference to draw? I mean, when the question is, were you with this defendant during the murder? And the answer is, I'm going to assert my Fifth Amendment right to avoid self-incrimination. No, I was not with him is not incriminating to her. The only answer that's possibly incriminating is yes, which then ties him. I mean, isn't that sort of by a wide margin the most reasonable inference to draw from that invocation?
I don't think so necessarily. I think it creates the gray area that she wanted to bring up. She wanted to hide the real killers. It's a gray area that she wanted to operate in, is to create this reasonable doubt, create that there's someone else out there that was in there. And I think she wanted to create that, and that ties into the trial strategy.
How does not answering the question of were you with this defendant during the murder doing that?
Well, I think the question was, were you with the defendant that day, not necessarily during the murder? And so that day is broader than the murder, than the time
What
of
else
murder.
what else could be incriminating that happened that she wouldn't be able to answer about? Do you see what, like, it seems like if she's invoking, then there's something she's worried about that's incriminating to her, which then leads to the inference that the presiding justice was suggesting.
Or could it be the inference of other prosecution activities that they had earlier in the day?
It could be other prosecution, the marijuana deal, the drug deal that she set up. Could be that.
Are those not part and parcel of what ultimately culminated in the murder?
They were, but not necessarily part of what was charged with the appellant.
But I mean, if that's all they had been involved with, and then there was a murder, you would have charged that as party to the crime, and we'd be here arguing about that. So, I mean, I don't see how that's really how that's potentially bringing in third parties through this inference. And the other problem is, if this was Jackson's sufficiency, we would say, well, it was a conceivable inference that could have been drawn, and we allow juries to do that. But this isn't Jackson's sufficiency. This is Strickland prejudice, and we look to what inferences are reasonable and likely.
Well, Lawrence also says that it's obvious inferences there, and so I don't know if it's necessarily obvious that that Blaylock was with her during the time of the shooting. It could be reasonable to infer, but not necessarily obvious.
Seems like it's a pretty reasonable, unreasonable stretch to draw that inference. I don't disagree with the question from the presiding justice. My question is, though, did counsel argue at closing the third party inference that the jury was supposed to draw from the invocation?
No, she did not, and she just argued with respect to Hartfield was that, Mariah Smith and Hartfield clearly set this in motion. She focused more on Smith's testimony and the location of the bullets and ballistics.
Which makes the inference you rely on even more difficult.
I think
it's not reasonable. If it's reasonable trial strategy, you would have presumed that the lawyer would have argued it in closing?
She would have, but she also, it ties into this argument here, this sentence here.
I mean, do we assess deficiency and prejudice in slices like that, or do we look at it in the context of the whole case? The question is not, could any reasonable lawyer have done this one discrete thing in the abstract? The question is, could any reasonable lawyer, and it is an objective standard, have done this thing in this particular context of the whole case, right?
Right.
Okay.
I think it's to the whole case, and we also see that this argument doesn't apply just to that they were lying, they were hiding. It doesn't apply just to Hartfield herself, it also applies to Mariah Smith. And so I think if you had it just applied to Hartfield herself, you'd have a bigger issue. But because it's Mariah Smith, you showed this trial strategy has been crafted to develop about the whole case itself.
So I apologize, excuse me if I missed this, but I'm not sure I've heard a prejudice argument from you that talks about, that assesses the strength of the evidence overall.
Okay.
Could you provide that argument?
Yes. Mariah Smith was eyewitness here. She identified appellant shooting and shooting into the vehicle. I think the most corroborating circumstantial evidence is that we have those text messages that were sent, I guess Instagram messages were sent shortly after Mariah Smith and Hartfield had been picked up by law enforcement, interviewed by them.
Were those Instagram messages admitted? I thought there were some problems.
They were admitted. And actually, they were raised on motion to trial, and they were not raised here in the Supreme Court. But they were admitted of objection. And those Instagram messages talk about why else would Blaylock be interested in someone being picked up and snitching on him in a closely related time, and also knowing that she was a rat. So it's implied guilt there, implied.
I mean, that, so sort of by your own phrasing, you're admitting these are circumstantial pieces of evidence. Sometimes it's hard to get to overwhelming evidence by just circumstantial evidence. Is there anything else?
But you can. There's also the text messages that place Hartfield and Blaylock and Ryan at the scene close in time. We know that both Mitchell and Hartfield were texting between the two. And Mitchell and Uten's story, even though they didn't identify Blaylock, they largely corroborate her narrative of what occurred that night also.
And their description of the shooter is reasonably consistent with the physical appearance, although they couldn't identify anybody, right? So let me ask this. So basically you've got evidence that the four were together, the two men and the two women. They split up, and the two women joined the three victims, for lack of, I mean, the three folks that were in the car when the shooting started. And then they moved to a new location. The women got out of the car in what appears to be a coordinated fashion, if we're taking the evidence in your way, and then shooting broke out. Right. And then after the shooting, there's this flurry of messages between the women and some of the victims and the women and the appellant, right?
Right.
And so when the appellant responds, I knew this person was a rat, is the only inference of that I was guilty, or could it be I was double crossed? There was somebody else and I've been set up.
Well, I think the inference is that he was guilty is because Hartfield sent that to both Blaylock and Ryan. He didn't send it to anyone else. It was to them two specifically.
And did he ask afterwards, what did she say?
Yes, she did ask, what did she say? And so I think the obvious interest here is that we're still, and as I would put it, we're still in the concealment phase of the conspiracy here. And that she's asking about what happened. And this is closely short in time. There's no other evidence in the record of any other activities that could have incriminated him or them that happened after the shooting. And so the obvious inference here is that this related to Blaylock's admission of guilt to his co-conspirator. If there's no other questions, I'll address the third enumeration.
Sure.
Of the text messages. Here we have the trial court found that there was deficient performance in failing to find the text messages. There are two text messages that were sent by Bernard Mitchell to a person with the Instagram handle PFK Don, and largely they both say we shot back. And while there was deficient performance in failing to find, the trial court found that there was no prejudice from them, because there's no evidence that they would have necessarily used them, and also importantly, that they were cumulative other evidence that had already been, in my words, debunked by Detective Hogan. Now I'll just go ahead and go to the cumulative here, is that Mariah Smith had already she told law enforcement during her interview, and that came out with Detective Hogan's testimony, that she had told them that Mitchell had shot back. And when that was presented, Detective Hogan said this did not make sense with the physical evidence at the scene. In order for it to shoot back, they were talking about the 9mm shell casings that were found at building, I believe, X, and the two that were found on top of the car. And when he testified, he said 9mm shoot, and when they eject, shell casings, they eject up and to the right. So for someone to shoot back at someone at that angle, the shell casings would have landed away from the vehicle. They would have not landed on top.
It is true that not all handguns eject. I mean, revolvers don't, right? I mean, so the fact that you didn't find casings from a third gun doesn't mean there wasn't a third gun, right?
Doesn't necessarily mean, and Mitchell and Uden both said they had guns, and Mitchell in particular said there's a 22. There's just no evidence of a 22 being fired there. And for the shell casings that were found, it was that Detective Hogan testified that a 22 does not shoot 9mm or 7.62 caliber bullets that were found at the scene.
Counsel, can you now address cumulative prejudice? Because I mean, I've heard you talk about 3 enumerations, and it seems like there may be deficiency with all of that, and you've gone to prejudice. So you've got prejudice from taking the fifth, you've got prejudice from commenting on silence, you've got prejudice apparently from admitting these text messages. How is that not cumulative enough to warrant a new trial?
I don't think these are cumulative enough, because I don't think they actually impact the evidence that was given that supported the defendant's guilt here. None of them take out.
That's a tough argument.
It is a tough argument, but I don't believe that they pull out any of the pieces that would support the defendant's guilt. It's not that they're removing, let's say, the Instagram messages that were circumstantial.
But all the evidence that you offered us to support the strength of the conviction was also circumstantial. So We're pulling out, circumstantial building blocks in a circumstantial pyramid.
But they're not necessarily being pulled out here. As we've talked about, the text messages, they are largely debunked anyway. The jury had already heard it's cumulative. So you're not pointing out any evidence there. The failure to testify, there's no evidence that what he would have testified. There's nothing that's being debunked there.
But the prejudice is the fact that you alluded that he should have testified and he would have not been able to provide any evidence other than, he was at the scene of the crime. I mean, that's the prejudice there.
But there's enough.
Is it possible that that prejudice is also compounded in this context by the Fifth Amendment issue, because the jury has heard instructions, not with respect to his not testifying, but about inferences they can draw about somebody who doesn't testify?
No, I don't think that's necessarily done. I think here is with the inferences that were made, they were with reasonable trial strategy, and that they supported the trial counsel's strategy here, that there was another person there. And so I don't think it benefits him at all. And I don't think it attacks that to any extent. If there are no further questions, I just ask you to confirm these convictions and sit down. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Thank you, counsel, for both sides for the fine argument. We'll try to have your decision as soon as possible. Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please call the next case?
Yes, Your Honor. S25A0023, Aaron Lewis versus the state. David Clark for appellant, Clifford Kurlander for appellant.
Good morning, counsel, and welcome.
Good morning.
Mr. Clark, you may proceed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
May it please the court, Mr. Chief Justice, and all of my future colleagues. I represent the appellant, in this case, Aaron Lewis, and my name is David Clark. Expressio unius et exclusio ulterius. The general rule in this state is that a murder case is to be tried where the murderer did the murdering. An exception is made only when it cannot be determined where that dirty deed took place. In such case, if you don't know where the murder happened, the law provides that the state may try the case where the victim died or where the body is found.
I'm sorry, I was muted. My bad. My bad. I was hoping we'd hear Brian or argue his last little 15 minutes or so. So we will go back to our seal. Can't really call it the seal of justice, so we'll call it the seal of injustice. Sorry about being muted. My bad. My bad. My bad. I was moving some stuff around. I didn't want you guys to hear me shuffling and shaking like the state. So I'm going to nerd out with you guys for a minute. So I put in the chat and oh, hang on a minute. Hang on 1 second. Hang on 1 second. 1 second. Let me. Okay. So I'm gonna nerd out with y'all for a second. So some of y'all may heard me put into chat Brian Steele liked one of my tweets yesterday. I don't fangirl. I have met a lot of famous people. I've met Donald Trump. I have met Jeff Gordon. I've met country singers. I've met some rap artists. Just because of some businesses I've been in. I've been in real estate. I used to own a business. I used to own some Nextel stores. I own 3 Nextel stores. Nextels were the walkie-talkie things. And I used to sell to some big people. I met Ric Flair. I just don't fangirl. I just don't, because there are people. You know, there's people. But I actually went hee hee when Brian Steele liked my tweet. I was like, oh my gosh. He's a great guy. You're forgiven. Thank you. Appreciate it. I appreciate that. I think the only other person like in the world that I would fangirl over would be Ashley Merchant. I think that would be the only other person I would fangirl over. I'd be, oh my gosh, Ashley, it's so nice to meet you. Oh, thank you, Lauren. I appreciate it. I don't post on there that often, but every once in a while, about once a week, twice a week, something like that. Donna, she is so my hero. I want to be everything that she is. She just seems like she has everything together, and she's like sarcastic, and she's so positive. Like, even if something doesn't go down the way she wants it to, like when Brian was arrested, it didn't go down exactly the way she wanted to. She was like, you know, I left and my client wasn't in cuffs. He didn't go to jail. I call that a positive. I was like, yeah, girl. Trump is not famous. He is a convict. Trump is going to be our next president. But okay, whatever you say. I met Tony Stewart. That's cool. I've met Tony Stewart too. Tony Stewart was kind of a jerk to me. I'm going to be honest. Asked for his autograph. He told me that would be $25. I met Dale Jr. I went to a party at Dale Jr.'s house. That was back in my pre-forgiven days.
Is that the state plans
here we
on
go.
calling Detective
We'll
Thorpe
talk about that later.
next or coming up sometime soon?
Squirrel Brain is next.
Detective Thorpe is the investigator, the lead investigator on the Christian McMillan, Darius Ford homicide, double homicide. I have not received, and I don't, quite frankly, I don't think it's been released. I haven't received reports from Detective Thorpe. Now, typically there's an initial investigative report, but my understanding from Ms. Hilton is he wasn't the initial homicide investigator. But I have not received a report indicating it. I'm trying to describe it. When I'm representing someone charged with a homicide, typically there's, you know, it could be 50 pages or whatever. It's a summary and it goes through all the things that they did as part of their work. I don't know, it may be an issue because this case is open and pending and not solved. I don't know why that hasn't been released, at least some rough drafts of the report. My concern is this. I believe that the state is going to try to elicit from Detective Thorpe that while no arrests have been made, while no charges have been filed, their chief suspects are YFN members or if gang members. I don't know how they're going to verbalize it. But to say that we haven't arrested anyone, but this is who we suspect, and then also I can't get a copy of their rough reports to even check behind that and check behind the work, I think is inappropriate, and it handcuffs me. So I'm asking for the rough drafts of the reports. Now, Ms. Hilton did tell me that she's not planning on going into deep detail with this case, and I think she said she was planning on asking like 5 questions. That may mitigate some of my need for the rough drafts of the reports. However, I would definitely absolutely oppose any conclusions of who did this or who's suspected of doing this or anything like that unless I'm given the materials to evaluate that and cross-examine that effectively.
All right, response? Thank you, Your Honor. So as it relates to Investigator Thorpe, the investigation is still open and pending. And so generally, the reports are not issued until the investigation is completed. And then once that case is turned over, there is a complete.
Yeah, I would suspect that generally you don't call the detective to testify to a pending investigation. So that, is it available for the defense attorneys to be able to review before examining this witness? He's going to be testifying as to it, correctly?
Correct. He was testifying to certain facts of, which is a report that that the defense already had, which was the date of the incident, the location of the incident, and the individuals involved in the incident. And that report has been given to defense counsel in discovery. As it relates to any further information regarding the suspects or the fact that they believe that this shooting was targeted, it was a targeted gang shooting, that information has been developing over the course of the 2 years that this case has been open and pending. I know there is a draft. I do not know if APD releases that draft because it's still a pending investigation. So
do you have it?
I do not, Your Honor. I do not. I only have the initial report that has been turned over.
Okay. Has the defense talked to Detective Thorpe about this at all? I mean, if y'all just ask him questions,
And Mr. Sharp brought it to my attention during the break. And so that's the only reason why I know there's a draft, because I went and asked Investigator Thorpe, but until it was brought to my attention,
I was actually asking Mr. Sharp if they had asked Detective Thorpe anything, which they're certainly, able to do.
I have not. I mean, the plan for Detective Thorpe to testify about this incident was new to me because I thought
Right, it was new as of what, this weekend when we got the new witness list.
So I have not spoken to him about it, but, and quite frankly, I'd want the reports.
Let me ask you this. I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable to see if we can get the reports, even if they're draft reports, if this detective is going to be testifying about what's in those reports. And we can do it with an instruction that it can not be released to others and that it, can be just used for the purposes of this examination. I mean, I'm fine with putting some strictures on it. And maybe instead of having him next, is he here available right now?
He's here.
Okay, we could maybe take another witness and then give the lunch break for the defense attorneys to be able to talk to Detective Thorpe.
Yes, they can surely talk to Investigator Thorpe at the lunch hour. He'll be available. As far as the releasing of that report, given the sensitive nature of it, we don't have it.
If you're going to have him testify to it, though, then.
But he was testifying to what is in the report that they already have. They already have the report that has who the individuals were.
Okay, well, I mean, do y'all want to come up to the bench and we'll review what the testimony is going to be?
Yes.
Okay, come on up. Actually, why don't we do this when we break for lunch? And we'll maybe just take a little bit longer break. Can y'all just call a different witness for now? All right, let's get the jury out, call a different witness, and we'll deal with this after that.
Why the jury is coming out, I have an update. Woody did get his driver's license. He is a legal man on the street. Y'all are with us this morning. We were watching Woody. He was driving to the DMV to take his license test so he could be legal. And he did get his driver's license. So our prayers worked.
Thank you.
It's Christopher Butler, CHRSTAPHER, BUTLER.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Smith, do you mind grabbing one of those mics that move and speak into that so everybody can hear you? Thank you.
Is that better?
Great, thanks.
Lieutenant Butler, where are you employed?
I'm with the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with APD?
A little over 14 years.
And what unit are you currently assigned to?
I'm currently assigned to Special Victims Unit.
All right. As of March 2022, what unit were you assigned to?
I was a sergeant with the homicide unit at that time.
Okay. Can you tell the jury some of your what your role was and your responsibilities within the homicide unit?
So I worked on evening watch. So our hours were 2 to midnight. And we would respond to any homicide, any kind of suspicious death, suicide. So anytime an officer would raise us, we'd respond out to that location.
Now, are you familiar with the with Vic cameras?
Yes, those are our cameras that are around the city.
Okay. And what does what are they?
So basically, the city has cameras around the city. Some of them they record all the time, and some of them are license plate readers, which we refer to as LPRs. And currently, businesses are allowed to let us have access to let us know there's cameras there. They kind of operate like security cameras, basically.
Okay. And what is the VIC unit within APD?
Our VIC unit's manned by sworn and civilians. It's a video integration center. So we have people up there 24 hours a day monitoring the cameras. So if a crime occurs, we can radio to them and they can start looking into it off scene while we're handling the scene.
Now, are you familiar with GDOT cameras?
GDOT, that's our Georgia Department of Transportation cameras. So through our VIC unit, we have access to their cameras as well. And those usually monitor the highways.
Now, can you tell the jury how GDOT cameras operate?
So they're different than ours. Ours are live stream and they record. GDOT cameras don't record. So like when you're watching the news and you're seeing the traffic ebb and flow, GDOT, they just keep going. They don't record. So we can't go back and ask for a recording. They're just live stream.
Okay. Now, is the VIC unit able to look at an integrated map and tell which cameras are working?
Yes. So the way it works is we just have a program and it kind of works like Google Earth and Google Maps. You can zoom in and out. And when we zoom out or zoom in, it narrows down on that and tells us what cameras are there. So whether it's ours or a school or if it's a GDOT camera, it'll tell us what cameras are there and if they're working or not.
Okay. And if it's a GDOT camera, it tells you it's in real time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in your role, is it routine to look at these big cameras?
Yeah, typically anytime a call would come up, depending on the location, an officer would respond to the scene and raise us on radio. So before we would respond, I would typically, given the type of crime, if it's on a street or a parking lot location, I'd try to pull up and see if we had any cameras in the area.
Now, is there any kind of correlation between the VIC cameras, the LPR cameras, and the GDOT cameras?
They're just all manned by the same system that we can access. GDOT has their main hub. We have ours.
And you mentioned LPR system, can you tell the jury what LPR is?
So it's short for license plate readers, and typically they're just all around the city. They basically are just, their main job is to run tags. Every tag that runs through there, it captures it, takes a picture, and then if we, for investigative purposes, need to locate a vehicle, we can put in the license plate and it'll run it through the system and tell us it'll give us a picture, what intersection and time that it hit.
Okay, I want to turn your attention to March 14th, 2022. Did you assist in the investigation of a murder at Windsor Street and I-20?
Yes, I was on duty at that time.
Okay, and tell the jury what you did.
So typically, the officer would raise us on radio and let us know that they had a male deceased in a vehicle. And like I stated, before we left the office, I went ahead and pulled up our cameras. And we were able to locate that GDOT had a camera that was pointing at 20 in Windsor, so I-20 in Windsor. And it captured that intersection where the crime scene was. And at that time, the camera was actually frozen. So before I left the office, I took a screenshot of it just for preservation, because I didn't know if the camera was going to come back on. And then we would respond to the scene. So myself and other detectives would respond out to the scene, and typically we task them out with different responsibilities, whether it's evidence collection, speaking with witnesses. And I'd kind of just oversee all that and coordinate with crime scene and the medical examiner and notifying other people.
I'm now going to go ahead and publish what's already been admitted as States 64, Victor, Victor. Lieutenant Butler, I think there's a pointer right behind you. If you can tell the jury what's depicted in State 64, Victor, Victor.
Right, so that's going to be the intersection of Windsor. So the way the camera is facing, it's actually it's pointing south on Windsor Street. And you can see there the car at the intersection is where the decedent was sitting. And that was just the camera was frozen. So it was sitting there, it just happened to be frozen when we needed it.
Now, is this a GDOT camera or a VIC camera?
It's a GDOT camera.
Okay. And the GDOT camera was frozen?
Correct.
Is it typical for them to freeze?
It just depends. I mean, ours do it. It's technology. Sometimes it, works all the time, and sometimes it just goes down.
Okay. Do you know why this one was frozen?
I have no idea.
Okay. And what else did you do?
So we responded out to the scene. Also, when we got out there, we didn't know the vehicle's license plate. So after processing the scene and coordinating with ID or crime scene technicians, we go back to the office, and I took the vehicle's tag and ran it through our license plate readers just to find out where they've been traveling. And so I was able to determine from there, earlier in the evening, that vehicle was caught traveling just northbound towards that intersection.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Lieutenant Butler, I have just handed you what's been pre-marked as States 121, Victor, Victor. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this would be our typical, it's a query of that tag and the camera in that area to see what vehicles have passed through that intersection.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the query you ran?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit 121, Victor, Victor.
No objection. Admitted.
Now, publishing States 121, Victor, Victor. Okay. Lieutenant Butler, if you could kind of walk the jury, what is depicted in States 121, Victor?
So basically, it's showing that I was the user and performed a query for the LPR, the license plate reader at Windsor and Richardson. And so what it does is it just gives me a list of every car that went through that intersection. And towards the bottom there, you can see the license plate RKM 9343, which was the vehicle the decedent was in. And it had actually hit Windsor at Richardson, which is just south of Windsor and I-20.
And what time was that?
That was at 9:24 and 7 seconds p.m.
Now, did you prepare a report in this case, Lieutenant Butler?
I'm sorry?
Did you prepare a report in this case?
No, I did not.
Mhm.
Yes. Lieutenant Butler, was that the only image from State 64V? Was that the only image that froze that night?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Any questions for the defense?
Lieutenant Sergeant or Lieutenant?
Lieutenant now.
Lieutenant. Good morning. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay. Just briefly, when you were in office before going to the scene on March 14, 2022, it sounded like you began your work in the office.
Correct.
Okay. My understanding from your testimonies, we have VIC cameras, which can be divided into different groupings.
Correct.
Okay, so we have the city-owned cameras, which record.
Right.
We have LPRs, which take photos.
Correct.
Okay. Then we have businesses on the grid that record as well.
So depending how the business wants, they can provide access to their cameras, or they can just let us know, hey, there's a camera here. So if an investigation were to go on, instead of knocking door to door, it can kind of streamline us to go straight here instead of walking a whole neighborhood or whatever the case may be.
And then we have Department of Transportation cameras. Are those part of the VIC system?
Well, we just have access to it. Like, they're not controlled by us, they're controlled by the state, but the state allows us access. Like, we also have access to Atlanta Public Schools cameras as well.
Okay. So let me ask you this. To city-owned cameras that record, were there not any city-owned cameras at the corner of 20 and Windsor Street?
Not at the time, no. Not that I could locate.
What do you mean, not that you could locate?
Well, we zoom in and out, and at the time, there were no cameras there. But cameras are always getting installed, so at the time of that incident, there were no VIC cameras there.
Okay. You did locate this Department of Transportation camera, and your testimony is it just froze at 10:23 p.m. just as Mr. Cheeseborough showed up?
Correct.
Okay. And we don't have any recording of what happened at that location as seen by that camera from 10 o'clock to 10:23.
To my knowledge, that is correct, yes.
When you say to your knowledge that is correct, have you checked with the Department of Transportation?
No, I handled the scene and the response, and the investigation gets turned over to the lead detective.
Okay. And going back to, was that the only LPR you ran?
This query?
Yes, the query of, what is it, corner of Richardson and Windsor?
Yes.
Is that the only LPR that you personally ran?
I ran this, and then I also did the tag itself to see where else it would hit.
Okay.
And so there was another query, but this one most related to that geographical area.
Understand. The only individual car that you personally looked into or queried was the red.
Correct.
Versa.
Right.
Okay. And finally, this VIC camera system, how long have you been working with the system?
I mean, everybody on the department has access to it. So from day one, I mean, anybody can log in and use it. I mean, however, since it's been in existence, so I don't remember when we first started getting it, but it's been some years.
When you say some years, when approximately, you said from day one?
I mean, I can't give an exact date, but I was in special victims back in 2018, and we just started getting them. But I really started using them mostly when I was in homicide, which was 2019.
Okay. And now, are you saying you started using them, or that's when they were available?
I don't know the go live date on it.
Okay.
But my most interaction was probably between 2018 and 2019.
How about LPRs?
LPRs, the same. Those actually came out a little before, and it was on a different program, but still the same.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Ms. Weinstein, anything for me?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Sergeant Butler, for the years that you've been serving in your position, the DOT camera ever report?
No.
Not part of that.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Okay, cause Officer Johnson.
What is he doing with this camera? Good night. Is he holding it on his shoulder like in the 80s?
Raise your right hand. This one first, just want to give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Demetrius Johnson, Demetrius Johnson, JOHNSON.
You may.
Good morning, Officer Johnson.
Good morning.
And where are you employed?
The Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with APD?
Coming up 6 years.
All right. And what unit are you presently assigned to?
Presently, I'm assigned to Zone 3 Day Watch.
All right. And going back to March 2022, what unit were you assigned to?
Zone 3 Evening Watch.
All right. And what were the hours of Zone 3 Evening Watch?
3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
All right. Can you tell the jury some of your responsibilities and what your role was at Zone 3 Evening Watch?
As an officer, you just there to protect, serve, patrol, answer 911 calls, help out citizens, make sure everybody's safe and okay.
Okay. Turning your attention to March 14th, 2022, did you respond to a call at Windsor Street and I-20 ramp?
I did.
All right. What was the nature of that call?
It was a signal. Well, it was a person shot call that came up.
Okay. And when you responded, were you alone or were you with a partner?
I was by myself.
Now, when you arrived, do you recall what time you arrived?
I would say roughly around right before 10:30, around that time, something like that.
Okay. Now, what did you observe when you arrived?
What I observed, it was a red light. I was in my patrol car, and I seen a vehicle, and I just figured that it would just stop at the red light. And then I happened to look over, and that's when I seen the bullet holes. I got out of my car, and I seen a male kind of just slump in the driver's seat.
Okay. And what did you do next?
I immediately got on radio to confirm the person was shot. And I believe it was a citizen out there talking with me. I just basically just tried to secure the scene until more units arrive, supervisors arrive. That's pretty much what I had did.
Okay. About how long were you on scene before units arrived on scene?
I was just the closest officer to it. So I would say about 3 minutes when the next unit arrived.
And you said that you were the closest officer to it. Why is that?
Well, I was being prepared to end my shift. I was heading to the precinct when the call came up. I was actually on Fulton Street, right by the juvenile courthouse. And, once you get to Windsor, it's just right there. So I was like, well, let me just go and check it out. And that's how I was just the closest officer there.
Okay. I'm now going to publish what's already been admitted as States 67, Victor. And while we wait for that, Officer Johnson, can you tell the jury what direction did you what side of the vehicle were you on? Did you approach the vehicle?
I approached the vehicle on the passenger side when I seen it, I believe. I haven't really looked back at the video, so I believe that I approached on the passenger side.
Sure. So right behind you, there's a ruler, and then there's also on the screen now what's depicted in State 67, Victor.
Okay.
If you could turn around and kind of orient the jury of what's depicted in 67, Victor.
So pretty much.
There should be a pointer somewhere. I don't know where it is. Yeah.
Behind you.
So as stated, it was a red light, and I noticed the brakes lights were still on. So I knew somebody was still holding the brakes. I really can't. I believe I approached on this side. Like I said, I haven't looked back at the video.
Okay.
But I knew it was just a single car there.
Okay.
And when I approached the car, that's when I saw the mail.
Okay, you can have a seat. Now going to publish what's already been admitted, 72, Victor. And while it's on the screen now. And please tell the jury what's depicted in State 72, Victor.
So pretty much here, it's definitely when I was able to confirm that it was defects from gunfire that went through the vehicle and where I saw the mail. As you can see, the glass shattered. There was some on the door as well.
Okay. You can have a seat. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Officer Johnson, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as States 76, Victor. Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
And what is it?
This is what I saw when I approached the vehicle. Pretty much him being slumped, with his head canted, and I can tell he wasn't alert, conscious, or breathing.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed that night?
Very accurate.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit 76, Victor.
Admitted.
Now publishing States 76, Victor. And Officer Johnson, if you can just describe to the jury what's depicted in State 76, Victor.
So as stated, once I saw the mail, this is the exact position he was in, but his foot was still holding the brake, and it was still in drive. So I became concerned with, the car potentially just rolling off. So, because he was still holding the brakes.
Okay. You can have a seat. And what did you do next?
I know it was I can't recall which officer, I believe it was a supervisor that came out there. And like I said, our attention switched to, let's just put this car in park because it was still in drive. We didn't want it to go rolling off. So that's what we did. I can't recall if I leaned in to put it in park or the other officer did. But I know that it was my effort and somebody else that actually put it in park.
And after you guys put the car in park, what else did you do?
I remember I was trying to look for like shell casings. I don't know if I seen any. It was just standing by for additional units to come. I was also informed to block off side of a road so no cars can pass through. As I stood by and waited for homicide, because I was first on scene, so homicide wanted to speak with me. And then I soon after got replaced by a morning watch unit.
Did you prepare any reports in this case?
No, I didn't do any reports. No. Typically, homicide handles these types of cases. They just collect my statement, and I guess they do the report.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, defense questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Officer Johnson, good morning. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Good morning.
Good morning. One before that. Okay. Officer Johnson, my understanding, you were the responding officer, meaning you're the first officer on the scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and at the time you arrived, did you observe a Mr. Cheeseborough?
My attention was focused on the car. I believe it was the citizen kind of was trying to tell me what was going on, but I can't recall whether or not if I actually made, just a full conversation with him. I believe he might have been off to my peripheral vision.
Fair enough. I guess my question should be this. When you arrived, there wasn't a large group of people that were tampering with anything like that?
No, it was just that car, and nobody was near that car. It was, yeah.
And you told us, and I thank you for this, that when you arrived, the car was in drive.
Correct.
Mr. Drink's foot was on the brake.
Yes.
The brake lights were on,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Is that in the picture? Does this picture, and it's 72 VV for the purposes of record, does that picture indicate the brake lights are on?
Yes.
And is that how it was when you arrived?
Yes, because I came from the rear of the vehicle.
Okay. And just one last question. You see how the car is on the crosswalk past where if you were obeying the rules of the road, you would stop, right? This car is past that stop point.
Yes, it's past it.
Okay. What I want to know is, was this car in this position when you arrived, or did it move after you arrived?
When I got there, I don't think the car moved any further. It could have moved before I got there, but once I was there, I didn't observe the car move.
So this is an accurate reflection of the location of the car when you arrived?
Yes, from what I can recall, the best of my ability.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, and you are excused, officer.
Oh.
Call your next witness.
State calls former crime scene technician Davis to the stand, and Your Honor, while she's approaching the stand, could I approach the
You may.
stand?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll be right back, guys. I have to let my dog out. I'm sorry.
All right, with this next witness, who's a crime scene tech, there are going to be some photos displayed that are graphic, so I'm warning everybody in the courtroom to prepare yourselves, and also I'd ask the media if you'll just please focus on the witness and not on the pictures on the screen. Thank you. All right. Come on up. Next witness.
You raise your right hand. I'm sure I've heard testimony given in the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And if you pronounce your first and last name into the mic loudly and spell your first and last name, right?
Sharon Davis, SharonDavis.
How are you doing, Officer Davis?
I'm well, and yourself?
Doing well. Are you currently a code enforcement officer?
Yes, I am.
Before doing that, were you a crime scene technician?
Yes, I was.
What do you do in your current role?
Inspect properties that are in violation.
When did you move to that when previously being a crime scene technician?
July 4th of this year.
How long were you a crime scene technician?
5 years.
And previous to that time as a crime scene technician, did you work for any other law enforcement agencies?
Well, I started with the city in September of 2018 as a recruit, a police recruit. But no, this is my first law enforcement agency.
And I wanted to turn your attention to March 14th of 2022 for a crime scene that you reported to.
Yes.
And when you came up to the
Sorry about
witness
that, guys.
stand, did you have an opportunity before testifying that stack of photos and folder to look through some photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to grab and ask to the witness for what's marked as State's Exhibit 65, Victor through 115, with 4 of these exhibits have been admitted, so absent 69, 70, 76, and 72.
All right.
And Officer Davis, with those photographs you look through, are they a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene you responded to that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 65 through 115 minus those 4 omissions.
Those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, around what time or how did you end up to arrive on that scene?
I get what's called raised on the radio. An officer calls in and says, we have a homicide raised crime scene, and the person next in the rotation, I happened to be next in the rotation. I answered the call and they said it was on Windsor Street.
And did you end up arriving to Windsor Street?
Yes, I did.
Roughly around what time did you arrive?
I didn't look at the time on the report, but I worked morning watch, which was 11 at night until 7 in the morning. So it was somewhere in between that time.
That's fair. Would looking at a copy of your crime scene report help refresh when you arrived?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm handing the witness a document that I will mark later for the record's purposes is 65 Victor Zulu. And does look at that report, if it refreshes your memory, just look up at me.
Yeah.
What time did you arrive on scene?
A little after 11, excuse me, a little after 12.
Okay. Now, with you, what's your process when you arrive to a homicide crime scene like this? What are the first steps that you personally do and did in this case?
Well, first you have to let radio know where you are, that you've arrived at your scene. So I get back on the radio and say that I've arrived. Then I look for an officer on the scene or an investigator and ask them to give me a walkthrough. And the walkthrough is just showing you what they have, where items of evidentiary value are located. So you ask for a walkthrough so that you prepare your mind, and then you just start photographing your scene.
Now, I'm going to publish it's going to come up both on that laptop and also on a screen behind you what's been admitted as 65 Victor Victor. And when you arrive on a scene, do you typically take either an overall photograph or some way to orient where that crime scene is?
Yes.
And is 65 Victor, well, it's going to come up here in a second. And while we're pulling that up, I'm going to give you the hard copy stack. Is that first photograph, what is that 65 Victor Victor?
It's showing that I'm at the light that is right under at Windsor Street, and you go underneath the underpass to make the left to get on 20.
Now, I'm going to publish what's as 66 Victor Victor. And is this the vehicle that you responded to that day?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to publish 67 Victor Victor. Now, was this this car when you arrived, was it in this location and in this form?
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
This is 66. There's no 67 in here. Just respond to what I see.
Look
It
at
was
the
pre-
screen. It
yes.
should be on the screen.
I see. Thank you.
It was
Yes.
admitted a little earlier.
Okay. Yes, that was the vehicle.
And this has 3 lanes of traffic?
Yes, 2 going straight and 1 making the right turn.
Now, I wanted to publish 68 Victor Victor. What was the tag number on this car?
RKM 9343. It was a Texas tag out of state.
And it had the brake lights on when you arrived?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 69 Victor Victor. Now, when you respond to a crime scene such as this that involves a vehicle, is it important to take photographs of different angles of that car?
Yes, it is.
Why is that?
Just to orient you so you can clearly see when I stepped back further, you're catching more of the street and the lights.
And when you arrived, was the door, do you recall if the door was open like this?
Yes, the door was open. If the door was closed, it would not have been open until the medical examiner came and opened it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Or if fire came, they may have opened it, but I don't open doors.
That makes sense. I'm going to publish what's been admitted as 70 Victor Victor. And I'm going to go to a closer up of 72 Victor Victor. Now, where were the defects in this vehicle, if any?
On the passenger side, more on the passenger side, and just 1 on the driver's side.
And we're going to walk through some that are closer up, but I wanted to, so primarily were they concentrated on the passenger side versus the driver?
Correct.
I'm going to publish 73 Victor Victor. And do you see any defect? And we'll zoom in just a little bit on the left side of that window.
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you and use real quickly, there's a wooden pointer. If you would be so kind, or if you could be so kind to just point out any defects you see.
From here or where?
Using the big screen so the jury can see it. Thank you.
Okay.
And if you need my help, I can use the pointer.
You have a defect here, here, and here, or that might be a leaf.
We'll have a picture that is a little bit closer here. So I'm going to publish 74 Victor Victor. Is this a closer up of those first 2 defects?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 75. inside of that front passenger door?
I don't see it in the door.
But this is the, this
It's
is
the inside,
opening?
the interior front passenger door.
Thank you. Now I'm going to publish 76 Victor Victor. Now, what do we have in this photograph?
You always take a photograph of all sides if you possibly can. So it's to establish what's going on the passenger side, and that I can see what's going on the driver's side.
And in this vehicle, did you collect or identify any items?
Yes,
What were they?
there was a firearm in the front passenger seat right here.
And
Is
was
there any way that you can reorient yourself so that you're facing the jury? You can just maybe scoot back here and
Sorry,
that's okay.
is that better?
that is perfect.
Okay.
I'm going to publish 77 Victor Victor. Is this a close-up of the firearm you were just discussing?
Yes, it is.
Now, is the glass underneath or on top of that firearm?
On top,
And what window was it in the car that was shattered?
the front front passengers.
And is that the window immediately next to where that firearm and glass is?
Yes,
I'm going to publish 78 Victor Victor. Is this a photograph from the opposite side, the driver's side?
yes,
I'm going to go to 79. And is this a closer up photograph?
yes. So this would be my photo called overall a victim in front driver's seat.
And do you see his feet in this photograph?
On the pedals, like he was waiting at the light.
And what direction is his head resting? Is it to the left or to the right?
To the left.
I'm going to publish 80 Victor Victor. Is this a close up? I'm going to go to 81. This photograph, where is his left hand?
On his left thigh.
And is that where his hand was when you processed this scene?
Yes,
I'm going to go to 82 Victor Victor. Is this another angle from what would be the passenger viewpoint?
yes.
And where is his right hand?
I think I don't know if it was in his pants or his jacket.
We will have a photo here in just a second. I'm going to go to 83 Victor Victor. Is this the back seat of the car?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to move to 84. Now, do you see more clearly these defects in the passenger door here?
Yes, there's the one there on the door handle. And the one here and the one in the window. There could have been one here. That's why it shattered, but I can't say for certain.
And you remember that first photograph or one of the first photographs we introduced where it showed the 3 lanes of traffic?
Yes.
So if I was seated or a vehicle was seated in that middle lane immediately to the right of that car, if shots were fired, would it enter that side of the vehicle?
Yes, it would.
I'm going to publish 85 Victor Victor. Is this a close-up of that defect?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to go to 86. Now, what do we have here?
A latent print.
Now, what did you do or were you ever requested to do anything with this latent print?
To recover it and submit it to the latent department.
How does that process work? And I'm going to go to 87 while you, Victor Victor, while you describe this.
You will look for a latent print, you photograph it, you mark it just so that it's in a frame, give you an idea of the size of it. You lift it, then you fill out the card, you submit it to the latent team, and they'll come back and tell you if you got a hit or not.
And have you had to do that sometimes for crime scenes you've responded to?
I'm sorry.
Have you had to collect a latent print? Is it usually at the request of either an investigator or officer?
It's at the request of an investigator if they see something. But if you're looking for a print, as the crime scene technician, you're always looking for prints. I see prints on people's cars when I'm driving by, and I'm like, what a nice print. So that's something you look for. It's part of your job.
It's hard to unsee it once you, I'm going to go to 88 Victor Victor. Now, is this the driver's side door?
Yes, it is.
And do you see a defect on this door?
Yes, I do. It's right here.
Now, in relation to the door, is that defect higher or lower on the door?
Lower.
I'm going to go to 89 Victor Victor. Is this the inside of that driver's side door?
Yes, this is the interior front driver's door.
Do you see, that defect that we just discussed on the outside of the driver door?
Yes.
Do you see any defect on the inside of this door?
Yes, right here.
And that was the only defect on the left side of the vehicle?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 90 Victor Victor. Is this a closer up of that defect?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 91 Victor Victor. Now, on a homicide scene that you process, you've described, or you initially take photographs of the deceased victim as they are when you arrive. Is that?
Yes.
And then do you ever take photographs of the scene, or in this case, the vehicle with them removed?
Yes.
And who handles or moves? How does that work?
The medical examiner removes the deceased.
And then you continue to photograph whatever crime scene, in this case, the vehicle that you are processing?
Yes, or I do it immediately after because I'm still focusing on the victim that has been removed. So then I'll start photographing them. Once the medical examiner removes them, then I will photograph in the vehicle.
And is this one of the first photographs that you captured or took after the victim had been removed from the car? I'm going to publish 92 Victor Victor. Is this a close-up of the driver's side of that vehicle?
Yes.
And what do we have on the driver's side seat?
We call it reddish brown stains because we can't say blood, but
Understood.
and it looks like biological evidence here, but I'm not sure, but it's reddish brown stains.
I'm going to publish 93 Victor Victor. Is this a close-up of what we were just discussing?
Yes.
And what is that in the middle?
I believe it was a chain. I'm not sure. I thought it was a gold chain.
And this is the driver's side seat?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 94 Victor Victor. Now, is this a photograph of the deceased victim after being removed from the car?
Yes, and after his hands have been bagged by the medical examiner.
And is this process from the medical examiner?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 95 Victor Victor. Now, is this a close-up of the deceased victim?
Well, it's more of a close-up of the defect in his neck.
And where is that?
Right here.
And is that the left or right side of his neck?
Right.
And is it that spot right there in the middle of that blood trail?
It's right here.
I'm going to publish 96 Victor Victor. Do you see any defects in this jacket?
Yes, there was one on his right arm.
I'm going to publish 97 Victor Victor. Is that a close-up of the defect in his right arm?
It's a close-up of the defect in his jacket.
Understood. I'm going to go to 98 Victor Victor. Thank you for that. Is this a photograph of his arm?
Yes, this is an overall of the defect, overall of right arm with defect in his arm.
And does that correspond with the right shoulder defect in the jacket?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 99 Victor Victor. I'm going to go to 100 Victor Victor. I'm going to go to 101 Victor Victor. 102 Victor Victor. Now, and 103 Victor Victor. With some of these photographs, do you take photographs of the victim in different angles after in a homicide crime scene after they have been removed by the Fulton County Medical Examiner?
Yes, you do the front of them when the medical examiner turns them over. You do the back of them, and then you do the back of their head.
Now, in this case, you had mentioned a firearm. Is that placard number 1, the firearm that you found in the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to publish 104 Victor Victor. Is this a close-up of that with the placard number 1?
Yes, it is.
And what did you do with that firearm?
I removed it. I take it back to the annex. I put it in a super glue chamber and you process it for prints. And then after you do that, you submit it upstairs to the crime lab and they do ballistic testing to see if it's been used in any other crime.
And you, in this case, basically, when you have firearms on a scene, you'll collect them and preserve them like you just described.
Yes, an officer makes it safe. I don't touch it until they make it safe with gloves on their hands, and then it's put in a box and I take it back to my office.
And did you do that process in this case?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to go to 105 Victor Victor. Is this a photograph of the firearm you collected and put it in the evidence box?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to go to 106 Victor Victor. And then you take a close-up of the serial number.
Yes.
107. Now, what is placard number 2?
They discovered a cell phone in his pocket.
And was that collected?
Yes, it was collected and turned over to one of the investigators on the scene.
And I'm going to go to 108 Victor Victor. Now, do you see that sticker that's on the vehicle now?
Yes.
What is this process?
It's just to note the defect. So this was the defect in the front driver exterior door.
I'm going to go to 109 Victor Victor. Is this a close-up of that defect in the front driver door?
Yes.
And do you mark it with sticker A?
Yes.
Now, are you able to tell from looking at this if that is was created from or if that is either an entry or exit wound of the vehicle, so to speak?
I'm not a specialist, but what I've seen from doing this is that when it has this little bend here, it looks like it came out. If it was going in, it would be more dented in, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. And you had 3 defects on the right side of the car, right?
Yes.
And this was the only defect on the left? On the driver's side, I should say. I'm going to go to 110 Victor Victor. Do you also capture the defects on the right side of the vehicle?
That would, yes, that's the front passenger door.
I'm going to go to 111 Victor Victor. Is this the defect in the front passenger window that you marked with a B?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 112 Victor Victor. Is this the 3rd defect sticker that you have as a C?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 113 Victor Victor. Is that also a defect that you captured?
Yes.
And 114 Victor Victor. Now, what does this slide indicate?
When a victim is on the scene and they do not have ID on them, they being the homicide unit will request another, check the zone and see if there is a zone that has an officer with a mobile scanning unit. And someone came to the scene with this unit.
And does it confirm the identity of a homicide victim on scene?
Yeah, so they take the person's finger and they put it right there, and then it comes back with information, and his name is up here.
And can you state that name at the top?
Yes, it is Drinks Shamel Dash.
And is some of it cut off as the middle name? But Shamel Drinks.
Yes.
I'm going to publish the next photograph. was this some items collected or in Mr. Drink's pockets?
Yes.
I'm going to go back to, just go back a couple slides to where it shows the 3 defect stickers on the door. Now, you remember when we were talking about the wound, the bullet hole in the right side of Mr. Drink's neck?
Yes.
Do you remember when we discussed the jacket that had the bullet hole on the right side of the jacket?
Yes.
And do you remember when we showed the photograph with the bullet hole on the right arm of Mr. Drinks?
Yes.
With where this vehicle is placed and the 3 defects on the passenger side door, if the shots came from the right side of that vehicle, is where the bullet wounds are on Mr. Drinks on his right side, consistent with that, right neck and right arm?
Consistent with what?
Bullets coming from the passenger side door to where he's seated.
Yes.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Where is this going?
I'm going to go back to 90 Victor Victor. Now, you know how we talked about that defect, and we're going to zoom in just a little bit in that door, on the inside of the door.
Yes.
Does that correspond with the defect on the outside of the driver's side door?
Yes.
So there's one defect on the driver's side door.
The front driver's door.
The front driver's door.
Yes.
Thank you. One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Officer Davis, no further questions from the state.
Defense questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Officer Davis, how are you?
I'm well. How about you?
I'm okay. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yes.
Okay. I know you got a lot of pictures in front of you, and I'm going to ask you about some of them, okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay. Thank you for your patience. My understanding, if we could display Miss Knight 105 VV. This is the firearm that you collected from the red Nissan Versa, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know, and if this is outside your expertise, just let me know, okay? Do you know what type of firearm it was?
I believe it was a 9mm.
Okay. And was it loaded?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to obtain a serial number from this firearm?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Now, I noticed, and thank you, Ms. Knight. I noticed in the pictures that were published, Mr. Drinks' you said his hands were bagged.
Yes.
Okay. Is that, in my understanding from your testimony, is that the medical examiner on the scene bagged his hands?
Yes.
Okay. As a crime scene technician, do you know the reason for why his hands were bagged or why hands are bagged generally in a situation like this?
It's to preserve evidence on there, like gunshot powder residue.
Okay. On the deceased hands?
Yes.
Okay. So that is to preserve gunshot residue?
Yes.
Okay. The cell phone, could you publish 107 VV, please? So, Officer Davis, when you were working as a crime scene tech and you took over a scene, did you have the discretion about what evidence to collect, or were you instructed by the lead investigator or someone else about what should be collected?
So I don't take over a scene. I work under the direction of the homicide investigator. There are things that I know how to do from training, such as lifting prints and photographing, but then they give an input as to what they want. They might see something that you didn't see, and it has happened vice versa, where I've seen things on a scene that they haven't seen.
Understood. You collected a cell phone that's pictured in 107 VV, correct?
So I recovered it and I gave it to the homicide investigator on the scene.
Okay, so that is something that, in your experience and expertise, you deemed important enough to provide to the lead investigator?
No, they tell me they want it. Okay.
So that was, and that's what I was trying to.
Okay.
So that was an instruction from the lead investigator. Was it from Investigator Hogan?
Yes, it was.
To make sure you collect this cell phone.
Well, I would have collected it anyway because it's evidence. It would have either come to me, or if the investigator wants it, they take it first and then they put it back in property.
Understood. Now, and you personally collected it?
I recovered it from the jacket, I put it in a bag, and then I handed it to the investigator on the scene.
Okay, and you just said something that I didn't know. So this phone in this picture, it's resting on Mr. Drink's arm. Was it recovered from inside his jacket, or was it?
No, and it's funny, I didn't even notice it. I thought it was in his jacket pocket. So the 2 is there because I can't put it on the phone.
Okay, so that's how you found it?
Yes.
Okay, and it was plugged in when you recovered it?
There was a plug at the end. I don't know if it was in the car, car part.
And may I approach, John?
You may.
Officer Davis, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as DS-55. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in fact, it's quite similar to 114 VV that's already in evidence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what is in that photo?
It's the GBI results.
Okay. The GBI results for what?
For the victim that was scanned, the finger, and it came back to Drinks Shamel.
Okay. And permission to publish, or Your Honor, at this time, I move to admit DS-55 into evidence.
DS. Oh, I thought you wanted me to confirm. Sorry.
Oh.
Admitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish.
You may.
Mr. Kokomo, if you would. Okay. And so my question, is this your thumb?
My thumb? No, I don't.
Holding the machine?
That would have been the medical examiner or the officer that brought it on the scene, whoever had it in their hand, because it's real fast. I have my camera. That's how that's photographed. So I can't be holding this and photographing at the same time.
So you took this picture.
I took the picture, yes.
You were there when the scanning occurred.
Yes.
Okay. We, the state asked you about confirming the identity. From you being at the scene, prior to the use of this machine to scan the fingerprint, was the identity of Mr. Drinks known?
Not to me.
Okay, so this, to your understanding, this machine and the results from the print was not to confirm an identity, it was to learn an identity of Mr. Drinks.
Yes.
Okay, and at what time was this device used to learn the identity of Shamal Drinks?
I don't know what time it says.
Does it say 1:06 a.m. on DS55? In the
Yes.
top right? Okay, is that timing correspond and seem accurate from your experience that night?
It seems accurate for such simple cases. It was a small scene and the medical examiner's office is not far from there. So if I was somewhere else and they were busy, it could have been 2 hours later.
Okay, but you would agree that this DS55 indicates that this machine was used to determine the identity of Shamal Drinks at 1:06 a.m.
Yes.
Do you know obviously Investigator Hogan?
Yes, I do.
And he was at the scene prior to 1:06 a.m.
He was what? At the scene
Prior to 1:06 a.m.
There were several homicide investigators there.
What about an Investigator Flores with the gang unit? He was there that night too, wasn't he?
It's possible. I don't remember.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions?
Ms. Weinstein, any questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect?
One brief follow-up, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you for your time. You're excused, and we'll take our lunch break right now. Let's be back at 12:20 right now. Let's plan to be back at 1:30. Well, maybe 1:45. I think we've got a matter we need to deal with. So 1:45 for y'all.
I had to break because I don't know what he's doing with that camera, but it's giving me some Blair Witch thing going on and giving me some vertigo. So I had to go ahead and cut that. I don't know what he's doing with that camera today. He needs to get his swivel together. I don't know what her attitude is with Mr. Sharp, but she was like very skillful, very professional, had it all together, knew exactly what her job was. And then Max stepped up to the plate. And that attitude went completely off the charts. Did it not? I was like, as soon as he stepped up, she went, "Hey, how are you doing?" Oh boy, there's some history there. I would love to know the tea. I would love to know the tea. That's exactly what that's what it is. They gonna argue about squirrel brain. Oh Lord, I shouldn't have called him squirrel brain. I apologize. Oh, well, guys, thank you for joining me. I have some things I have to take care of. And so we're going to cut it here for the day. Jason's going to do a recap tonight, right before his election stream. Please join us for the election stream tonight. I believe he said it was starting at 8 o'clock. Him and I are going to actually stream together. It's going to be lots of fun. Both very informed on all that is going on. So please, we're going to watch lots of, love you too, Lauren. We're going to watch lots of info videos on everything going on. So come in, make your voices heard in the chat. Definitely want to hear about what's going on. And if you voted and just all the information that is going on. Why is the camera frozen at that exact moment? And I'm going to try to dig up that. I think I already have it actually. Brian Steele's argument in front of the Supreme Court to play tonight. All right, guys, have a great day. Grace, peace.
Hit that like for a deal with Christian. Yo, for a deal with Christian. Smash that bell for DWC. Yo, smash it. Just smash it. Hit that like for a deal with Christian. For a deal with Christian. Smash that bell for DWC. Yo, smash it. Just smash it. Hit that like for a deal with Christian.